Well, hello everybody. It is 8 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, and I believe today is Wednesday. If last time I looked, and it is still Wednesday. So, yes, it's 8 p.m. my time, Wednesday. I was listening to Antonio Fletcher's Hangout for quite some time. Actually, like I don't know, my goodness, 3 or 4 hours. I was doing other things. It was actually really interesting until Darwin's, of course, came in and decided to do his own little shtick. And by, sat there and asking the same questions he asked over and over and over again. And it gets a little monotonous, but I don't know. I thought it was an interesting hangout. I mean, I got to give props to Antonio. At least he's trying to have moderate again, and he's trying to get back to the old hangouts that he was having. So I was actually impressed that, he was trying to have a civil dialogue with people and letting people speak and actually trying to moderate. But what I thought was most interesting, well, actually, I found the whole coherentism thing that Sokka was talking about interesting, and I have heard of coherentism, and I have read up a little bit about it. I like the way Sokka explained it, but I think Hogtie made a much better visual explanation of how coherentism works, as far as being a web of beliefs, and that you can disregard certain beliefs and still have a foundational system. Well, it's not really foundational because I'm a foundationalist, right? And so their arguments was more against my position, right? Because I do take axiomatic assumptions, and I'm fine with that, right? I can explain why I do that. But their argument to Sokka was not the fact that he had presupposition. Well, they were trying to make it into a fact that he didn't have presuppositions, because that's not how it works in coherentism. You don't acquire presuppositions. He's a non-foundationalist. So their arguments against him weren't even applicable. They were arguments what they would have for my position. But I did find the most interesting thing out of the whole dialogue was Darwin's once again kept saying that the Christian God exists because the impossibility to the contrary. And I've heard him say that before. But maybe I don't recall him ever really saying that God was a necessity. And I'm trying to figure out from the Christian point of view, and if anybody wants to help me with it, the link to get in is in the forum, so you can go find it. Obviously, Nelson did. Thank you, Nelson. What do they mean by God being a necessity? I don't see how they're drawing that the God has to be a necessity. I mean, if they say that they believe in God on faith, that's not a position of necessity. That's a position of faith. If they assume God exists, like Darwin's Deity kept on saying that, without assuming God exists, you can't have any coherent worldview. Well, again, if you're assuming, then it's not out of necessity. So can somebody come in here, explain to me what Darwin's means by, and again, I'm all for people explaining to me Darwin's Deity's vernacular, right? I get he uses words completely different than the rest of the community and the rest of reality. He makes up his own definitions. He a lot of times has these arguments because of a semantic game, because the way he's using a word and the way other people are using a word are not the same. And that's why I really loved Sokka and Hogtie's positions, where they just say, you know what, forget the name of something. I don't care what you want to call it. Sokka kept saying, I call it potato. And I've said the same thing. I don't care what you want to call me. I have an agnostic position, but if you want to call that something else, call it whatever you like. When G-Man says atheists don't exist, okay, well, what do you want to call the position who's somebody who doesn't believe in gods? I mean, you tell me what words you want to use. And if I understand your uses of them, we can have a conversation. But Darwin's uses these words so abhorrently that I don't know what he means by necessity. I know what necessity means in a philosophical standpoint. It's not contingent upon anything. But he's just saying simply, he's literally saying God exists because of the impossibility to the contrary. But that's just a trivial thing, saying God exists because God has to exist. Well, that's ridiculous. That's not an argument. That's like me saying, well, my car exists because my car has to exist. Well, okay, but does my car have to exist? I don't think so. But anyways, hey Nelson, did you watch that? I mean, you're in here. Did you watch the hangout that they had on Antonio's channel? Which, by the way, I will give a link for shortly. I forgot. I'm sorry, but I will put that in there.
You know what? I didn't feel it. That's sorry, I'm not going. Sorry.
You fail. Well, I mean, can you still? I mean, so the hard part is that is you haven't seen it. Then you're just kind of inferring what you think Darwin's means, which is okay. But I want to make sure people realize that's just an inference. What do you think he means by the Christian God is a necessity?
I think what he means is, like, there's no possible world, philosophically speaking, and possible world is a technical term in philosophy. It doesn't mean what we mean colloquially.
Right. I mean, it's a
So
logically possible world, right?
yeah,
Not like the many worlds interpretation, but something that is a possible world in a modal type sense, modal
and
ontological.
by the way, I'm a layman, so I may be talking out of my ass right now. But
Well, no, I agree with you. I agree with you. I'm a total layperson too. That's why I'm having this hangout, so other people that do know their shit can come in and maybe explain it to me.
yeah, please, if you know your shit, come in and contradict me. But what I think it means is that there's no logical possible world where God cannot exist.
But I
Therefore,
can imagine it though. I can imagine a world that doesn't exist. I mean, I can imagine a possible world where God doesn't exist.
like
No, how is it
because
not possible?
God is uh, the most good that you could possibly think of, and there's no universe that could exist without God. So
But that's not a
ergo,
logical argument, though. I mean, if I can imagine a possible world without logic, it's logically consistent, right? I mean, he's making the argument that there's no possible world in a modal ontological sense that there could be a universe or a world where God does not exist, and I don't see how he can make that justification for that. And I'm not saying one way or another. I'm just saying that I think it's really strange for somebody to say that the Christian God is a necessity. I mean, some people assume it. Some people find it a conclusion. I get that, but to call them a necessity. Does anybody in the live feed want to join in? The link you get in is in the forums, so you guys know where that is. So if you don't have access to the forums, and well.
I've also been hearing Joe Sanseed talk about this stuff, and with Trey Glaglow, I think his name is. Jadlo. And one of the things, the interesting things Joe brings up is that this necessary God is simple. He has to be very simple, and that's impossible if God has to take on a nature that can die. In other words, in the person of Jesus Christ. Mm-hmm. So it gets really complicated.
Yeah, well, Joe has some unique arguments, that's for sure. The God coming down into man form and all that stuff. Again, is that necessary? Is that something that's necessary too? I mean, in the Christian worldview, they could say, well, it's necessary for the redemption of sin, and that's consistent with their framework. But we're not talking within their framework. We're talking about logically consistent. And this is the error that I keep on thinking that Darwin's and the rest of them makes when they try to have a discussion with people like Sokka or Hogtie. Hogtie was very, very adamant that he was talking about his worldview positions, right? And by the way, I am adamant that atheism is not a worldview. It's just not, people. I'm sorry. Naturalism, sure. And if you want to say that by extension, if you're a naturalist, then you would follow that you're an atheist, because that comes from a natural extension, right? And then I think Sokka was making the argument for how he built his epistemological framework, right? But naturalism is the worldview. Is not. Atheism is just a resultant based upon a coherentist position that if you're going to follow atheism, follow naturalism, you can't have a supernatural position because that'd be incoherent. And I think that's the argument Sokka was trying to make somewhere down the line. And if he wasn't, then he can correct me, because I'm sure he's going to listen to this at some point. But I think that's pretty well where he was coming from. In the live feed, Trevor says Didi's justification for that is that you, according to him, are wrong. Well, I noticed GD just randomly throws out things like, oh, you can't justify that, and yet 5-6 times somebody was saying, well, I'm a foundationalist. I just make assumptions. Maybe it's Hogtie. But yeah, if you make assumptions, you don't justify them. At least you don't justify them didactically. But I got no problem with that. I don't see why DD makes such a freaking big deal about that. I think he's a foundationist. I think his things are just as this is axiomatic as mine, and he just doesn't want to admit it because he says, well, I precept the Christian God. Okay, fine, but that's not universal. I don't have to in order to have my precept that the universe exists. Mine's not contingent upon your assumption. So it's definitely not properly basic. I think he's just asserting that his particular version of Christian God without that, you can't have any knowledge. But I'm like, well, I can assert anything in there. I can say without my dog, you can't have knowledge because my dog is infinitely wise and my dog is the giver of all knowledge. Well, it's just an arbitrary assumption or statement. So I don't see where he's coming from on that. Hey, Blue.
This is the problem with a priori arguments. Like I said, I'm a layman. So
hello, Steve. Hello, Nelson. Glad to be here.
Yeah. Hey, what's up, Blue? I'm a layman, but still, I tend to give more weight to evidence-based arguments, not a priori ridiculousness.
Yeah, no, and I'm fine with a priori things. Again, I mean, Darwin's loves to pull the whole uniformity of nature thing. And again, I don't mind with this the ability to be able to predict. And if I want to be able to predict something, I have to make certain assumptions. One of which is the uniformity of nature. It doesn't change from day to day, right? I mean, if without that ability, we couldn't really say what's going to happen tomorrow. So I'm fine with that. But he somehow thinks that he has some direct guidance in God or conduit to God that says, oh, I have knowledge now because my God tells me I have knowledge. Well, that's the epitome of circular when you think about it, that he's just asserting that his God is giving him knowledge by giving him knowledge that God exists, or that without God you can't have any knowledge, because I don't believe that. I'm not saying it that way. I'm not saying that maybe he's not right, that there is a Christian God that bestows knowledge to people or the ability to know things. But I certainly don't see any logical reason to say that the Christian God is a necessity. I mean, what do you guys think about that?
What is your grounding for reality? What is your grounding for?
I'm a foundationalist. I start off with assumptions. Mine are properly basic. I believe they're universal, that I think everybody has to start with them. But again, I don't believe everybody has to be a foundationalist. Sokka's not a foundationalist. He's a coherentist. And that's fine. I don't see anything wrong with that. As long as, I hate to say it, but as long as you're coherent about it, right? There's flaws in every type of model, right? My position has flaws in it because I can't really validate my assumptions, and they could be wrong. So that's a flaw in the foundationalist model.
Is God
model fits all, right? It doesn't work that way. So every theory of knowledge is going to have problems. But
is God
flawed? The universe exists, right? Because think about it, if you don't start off with the universe exists, how do you get anywhere else?
Yeah, that's my
an assumption before I do anything else, or I can't build an epistemological framework.
Or then we're back to Descartes. At least we can know that I exist because I have to exist in order to be deceived.
I understand what Hogtie was saying on that. You didn't listen, but Hogtie was talking about Descartes. But I think actually, I hate to say it, but I think actually maybe DD maybe had a point on that one. I don't find Descartes to be a convincing thing. I think it is a little circular, but
it just reminded me of that. I wish there would be a vigorous defense of empiricism around here, but nobody's interested in it. And obviously, just like you said, system that way.
Somebody has to be one or the other, Blue.
Oh, excuse me. Go ahead.
It was a little lag. So do you think one has to be an empiricist or a rationalist? You can't be both or either or a mixture?
I know that's a false dichotomy, but empiricism really is the way people go through life in their day-to-day existence, and that fact is just not really acknowledged or passed over somehow.
You put more emphasis on empiricism rather than rationalism.
In their daily lives,
it's like a mixture. I don't know. I've had this debate and discussion with a couple of friends of mine who aren't part of the great debate community, and I don't know which one I am. I don't know if I'm an empiricist or realist, a rationalist. I mean, to me, I'm kind of a mixture of both. I don't think it has to really be one or the other. I think you can get a good understanding of things and knowledge from experience and just from rationalization. So.
Can you think of a perfect circle?
I could. Well, yeah. I mean, theoretically, sure.
Can you draw a perfect circle?
Nope.
No.
So that's the a priori argument right there. That's the argument.
And I don't believe perfect circles exist, nor do I believe that any perfect form really exists.
But why can't? Why are you?
I can't imagine a perfect. You can't. I mean, that wasn't the premise of the question. Can you imagine something perfect? Yeah, I
can imagine. I'm imagining one right now. It's a circle that's perfect.
That's the question.
And I'm asking if imagine wearing the circle. I can't imagine. No.
Why can you imagine it? That's the question.
Because it's logically possible.
So
there's something illogical about a perfect circle. It's just in our universe. I don't know if it actually exists.
You can't instantiate a perfect circle, and yet you can think of it.
Yes, you can't bring it to existence. Sure.
So where does that come from? So the theist will say that comes from God.
They say everything comes from God.
Perfect.
Right? I mean, everything without God, you can't even have knowledge according to them. So that's consistent within their worldview. And by the way, I consider Christianity a worldview, but if somebody says, well, it's not my worldview, but I'm Christian, I'm okay with that as well. Worldview. As they pointed out, there's many different types of theism. It doesn't tell you much if you say, oh, I'm a theist. Okay, well, great. What kind? I mean, polytheist? Do you believe in Odin? You know what?
Wu-Tang, Thor.
Can you picture a perfectly moral being?
In theory, I guess. I mean, but that's a hard question because I don't know what a perfectly moral being would entail.
Right. That's.
I have to be honest with you. I don't know.
You can't go through life being perfect. I would have some difficulty imagining that, actually.
Yeah, because I mean, look at it. Talk about morals, and again, this is a popular topic in the great debate, and I just find it to be boring as fuck, to be honest with you. But anyways, it is. It's just so boring. I mean, the morality bullshit. But I mean, I literally am happy with this going by. Morality is basically, what's best for everybody as a whole. Do no harm to others. At least they bring harm to you, kind of thing. I'm okay with that. Sorry.
Have you guys ever heard of Anselm of Canterbury?
I know the Canterbury Tales.
Saint Anselm, you mean?
Yeah, Saint Anselm.
Oh boy, it's been a long time since. Oh yeah, I've heard of him.
That's pretty much his argument. Is if you can picture perfection, and yet you can't do it, it means that you are seeing something outside of yourself.
I don't know what perfection would mean.
Like
I would have to say no, I couldn't.
Like a perfect circle or a perfect triangle, or somebody else would say a perfect moral being.
Oh, that's what I was trying to. I should have said a perfect God, a perfect moral being, because I could picture a perfect geometric shape, but not a perfect moral being of some kind. I don't know. I mean, in that particular case, it kind of goes in the Euphophro dilemma a little bit. I mean, is he a perfect moral being because he decrees it to be so?
Yeah. That's another problem altogether.
I don't know, but I still don't think that in any rational way you can actually say that the Christian God is a necessity. That's what I find to be interesting with Darwin's argument. How is it a necessity? Necessitates it.
Yeah, this goes back to possible worlds. If could you imagine a possible world without a perfect being that creates it?
Can I imagine a perfect world without a being that creates it? I can't. I don't know what a perfect world would entail.
A universe.
But it is logically consistent to have a perfect world, I guess. I mean, I don't see a logical problem with it, but maybe there is. I don't know. Is there a logical problem with there being a perfect world?
Not a perfect world, but just a world.
Still, what do you mean?
Could you imagine a world that wasn't created by God? In other words, yeah. How?
I'm doing it right now. Our world, I can believe, our world was created by naturalistic means if I want to. not necessitated upon the existence of a deity.
Okay, how so? I'm just saying that
well, the question more is what makes it necessity of a deity?
Because,
right?
like,
I mean,
example,
I got to say a world exists, and it exists because it exists. It's self-evident that it's existing. Nothing about it necessitates that it became into existence by a higher being.
I'm playing devil's advocate here. Okay.
Yeah, I figured that out.
How did this world come to be?
Through naturalistic means, like the nebula hypothesis, perhaps.
Every cause has every effect has a beginning, right?
I don't believe that. And I don't believe there's any law that states that.
So the law of
cause and effect is more of a guideline. People think it's a physics law. There's no such law in physics that says it has to be a cause and effect. There isn't any. The law of cause and effect is basically a guideline. It's definitely not a law in physics. And I know people don't want to accept that, but there's no such stated law of cause and effect. It's just something we observe, but we know in certain instances, like quantum, there's effects without cause. So that kind of flies out the window. It's just on the macro scale. It's something like I said, we observe it, but there's no such law that says you have to have cause and effect.
So you're already deep into the criticism here.
What?
Yeah, you're already deep into the reasons why we don't accept necessary beings. Because we don't accept that every effect has a cause. It may not have a cause.
Well, and that's the thing. I mean, a lot of people like to say, oh, whether every cause is effect, but again, that certainly is not the case. By the way, are we losing people here?
We lost somebody.
I guess we'll just take off. Like I said, the link to join is in the Great Debate community. So if Frank Dunley and those guys, you want to come in, all you got to do is go get the link from the Great Debate. Come on in, and let me know what you think. Because again, I'm just at a loss. Well, it's not that I'm at a loss. It's just Darwin's Deity confuses everybody. I mean, the guy is just a piece of shit, to be honest with you. He has got to be one of the biggest hangout killers of all time. I find nothing interesting with anything he has to say. He runs the same old shtick and script every time he comes into a hangout. I'm sorry, Hogtie. I thoroughly disagree with you on this. You just tell me to shut up and move on to something else. I don't know why you keep entertaining him, Hogtie. I honestly swear to God that may or may not exist. I don't get it. There's no reason to talk to Darwin's on any of these hangouts. He's just a complete dipshit, and all he does is want to run a game and not have a conversation, and I'm certainly not interested in that. He notice how he blocks people, like, oh, well, Josh, I don't want Josh to come in. Well, fuck that. Why? If you're having a conversation and you're going to run the same shtick, then maybe Josh should be able to run, the same questions to you that other people want to ask you. It's completely one-sided, and he loves to be in hangouts where he can control the conversation and control the moderation, such as, oh, hey, Antonio, let me handle this, Antonio. I got this. Shut up, Antonio. I mean, he like totally took over Antonio's hangout. It was kind of weird. I did finally take the reins again. But yeah, I just find him to be the most deplorable, despicable person in the entire community. I have no interest in engaging with Darwin's Deity. But I do find some of the stupid shit he says interesting because he's stupid. When Darwin's Greatest Hits makes these videos, I'm like, oh my God, this is awesome. And he really highlights the fact that Darwin's is some kind of pseudo-philosopher. He doesn't have a handle on the stuff anywhere near the level of some people. And the fact that Sokka was running circles around him and explaining things very coherently, and even to the point where I was agreeing with Sokka and understanding, that his whole argument was, oh, he's just speaking gobbledygook. No. He was demonstrating that he knows far more about this topic than Darwin's does, which isn't difficult in most things, because Darwin, again, just runs his little script, right? That's all he wants to do. I mean, he avoids questions like the plague. I mean, every time he got asked a question, he just dodged it, deflected, and went to something else, and then had the audacity to say, oh, look at Hogtie. He's just dodging my questions. Well, maybe because he's not dodging them, but he's already answered them ad nauseum. So he just makes his answers very brief to shut you the fuck up, dude. I mean, how many times can you ask a person the same goddamn motherfucking questions? I don't get it. He has no originality in his shtick whatsoever. There's none. Speaking of no originality, hey Frank.
Yo.
By the way, Steve, I apologize. I thought you started this hangout to do a kind of a double advocate thing. I didn't know it was a response.
Yeah, no. I mean, devil's advocate is fine, but I would like to
Hangouts always do whatever. So you.
Yeah, I know we deal that, but I still would like to have an actual person like Frank explain to me, Frank, why does Darwin think the Christian God is a necessity? Please explain.
So I wrote a bit on the side chat. I didn't watch the full video, but like whenever I hear Christian God necessity, you're going to get into something like Anselm's argument. But also you can have the Bible where God, Old Testament, Moses, the burning bush, God said, I am who I am. And Aquinas sort of interpreted this as God saying that he is being itself in some sense.
Oh, God damn.
Ipsum esse subsistans is how the Catholics, certain scholastics.
Well, he just said, I'm who I am, so fuck off. That was pretty much.
I don't think that's how it was in context. I don't know. We'll have to search it up or something.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Like that was his name, Yahweh, right? Like that's like it or something like that. Like that's how it works out. It's I am.
It sounded to me like he was just saying, I'm who I am, so fuck off.
I
don't know if the phrase would have had that meaning back then. Like nowadays it might have that meaning, but you don't want to accidentally interpret old words. Like for example, in the Old Testament, God says "we," right? Like but some people say, "Oh, that's the royal we," but like the royal we didn't exist until like the 1600s or something. The concept of the royal we wasn't even a thing, so it couldn't have meant that. So the royal we, like we are pleased, right? We are not entertained or something like that. That's the royal we. You're speaking for like your entire.
Weren't they speaking in behalf of like the entire kingdom when they did that?
Yeah. Essentially, yeah. But like the idea is the royal we didn't even exist until, as I've read somewhere, which
I thought it was like the council of the gods that we referred to.
But this is a good example. Even if the royal we did exist before that, the idea is that you don't want to interpret it. We want to be wary of how you interpret the Bible using modern ideas, because it may be that those modern ideas don't exist in the present day. It's a possibility. There's a name for it. Like some people say eisegesis, but it's a bit more than that. This is a specific problem, a specific thing. But what I was saying about necessity. So the notion, as I understand it, is aseity. Like ase literally means so it's ens ase, which means being of itself. Ase, like say, I think means self or something like that. And ens is being, and so is from. And then there's ens ab alio, which is being from another. And some people speak of the aseity of God, which just means that he exists in itself. And there are some people who will argue that from things like, so natural theologians will argue from, so again, like you have biblical theology, which says, according to the Bible, God says, I am who I am. And from that, they say, in more or less uncertain terms, that just means that God is being itself, that God can't not exist because being can't not exist. And in some way, shape, or form, God is being. He's the foundation of everything.
Yeah, but that's not a necessity, though. That's a conclusion based upon certain assumptions of God's existence. I want to know why it's logically impossible for God not to exist.
Yeah, well, that's where you get the classical arguments. So a natural theologian will use Aquinas' 5 ways. Of course, that assumes causality is a thing, but like there are ways to defend that. Like,
all right, keep it simple. What give me the reason why it's a necessity that the Christian God has to exist?
Well, something exists. So I get they're aside from the whole question, why is there something rather than nothing? Clearly, there is something, right? But in the world we see change. Things change and are changed by. So I'm going to use the argument for motion. Things change and are changed, right? So they change other things and they are changed by other things. And so you have this series of changes, but it can't go on forever because I don't remember why. There's a notions which I can articulate fancily, but I can articulate simply. Something like the causal argument's probably simpler to defend, but okay. So I'll use.
And then in life, they're still going back to the cause effect. Let me address that real quick. There is the law of gravity. That's a formulation. F equals gm1 m2 divided by r squared. There is no law of cause and effect.
Yeah, I agree. I don't agree. I know what you're talking about. There are philosophers.
There's nothing in physics. There's no first law of cause and effect, second law of cause and effect. There's no formal cause and effect law in physics. I'm telling you.
Yeah, a philosopher would defend it from a metaphysical standpoint. That
yes, philosophical. You can make
physics without first assuming causality.
But that's different. That's different. It's a philosophical position that there's a cause and effect. That's a philosophical argument. We're
talking about necessity, right? We're talking like necessity is all about philosophy. Scientists are
no. The cause and effect. I'm saying that it would be a philosophical argument. If someone wants to argue cause and effect philosophically, that's fine. But there's no physics reason to have cause and effect.
It's going to be philosophy.
Now there is, obviously, Newton's law. For every action is equal to the opposite reaction, but that's not the same thing. That's just saying that a force applied in one direction will have an equal and opposite force in the opposite vector. But
I don't know the first thing about scientific. Like, there's three fields of apologetics, right? There's biblical apologetics, which defends attacks on the Bible. Scientific apologetics, which defends attack on Christianity from science, saying, oh, it's incompatible with science somehow. And then there's philosophical apologetics, which defends attacks on Christianity from philosophy. I know a bit about biblical apologetics, and I know a bit about philosophical apologetics. I don't know the first thing about science. So if there are arguments from science alone, I don't know much about them, like maybe counters to evolution from some people who are anti-evolutionists, but then there are people who have no issue with evolution and flat earthers and stuff. But like even
let's get back to the Christian God being a necessity then.
Yeah. Okay. So the idea is that the empirical premise is that we witness a world which is in a certain causal order. Everything which changes is changed by another. But things can't.
So there's a causal relationship between things, and there's gonna be a causal chain. I'm fine with there being causal causal chains.
The nature of this series, of this chain of causes, is such that there must be a first cause, because due to the nature of causation, it cannot be.
No, that doesn't have to be a first cause.
It cannot be self. What?
It doesn't have to be a first cause. Now you're just asserting that.
That's where the argument. There are arguments for why there has to be a first cause. For example, there's this notion called there's different types of causal series, and the argument is that the type of causal series we see in the universe is ultimately going to be something called as a per se causal series, also called a hierarchical causal series, which is contrary to what is called a per accidens causal series, also known as a causal chain rather than a causal hierarchy. The idea is that
I know the causal chain, but I'm asking you is you're still asserting there's a causal chain beginning rather than just saying that what is wrong with having an infinite regress?
Yeah, the issue with the infinite regress is the type of causal chain that the type of causal series, I should say, that we're in. So I've read Edward Fesser, and he's where I'm getting these ideas from, but they would base it on
Edward Fesser.
Huh?
Sorry, good. I'm sorry.
Edward Fesser or Phaser is probably a better way to pronounce it. Is a scholastic. Well, scholastic of it's not really scholastic. You can't say somebody's a scholastic, but he's like a modern scholastic.
Apologist, right?
He's a Catholic, but he does use some Aristotelian ideas.
Okay.
Where was I going?
Well, first of all, Darwin has never read any of this stuff, so this is not his line of argument by any such imagination.
Oh yeah, well,
he actually
probably just getting it. I don't know much about Darwin. He himself probably getting it from the conversations he's heard, or
all he follows is what's that precept guy's name?
If you're talking about from a presuppositionalist standpoint, that's a different argument. Presuppositionalists are coming from epistemological.
What's the guy's name though? The name that not Von Til, but the other guy.
Besner.
Greg Bahnsen.
Bahnsen, yeah. All he does is parrot Bahnsen, like literally. And I don't mean just like.
Yeah, I saw.
He quotes him verbatim. Yeah, you saw DH, just Darren's greatest. It's think on that. I mean, he quotes him verbatim. It's like, holy shit, dude.
I just have very little patience for a priori arguments. It's just so ridiculous.
I mean, I don't know if a priori is an argument. A priori is just something that where you have to start. You start with someone. You say, well, I'm just going to take this a priori, not based on experience, and I don't really seem to have an issue with that.
So if you want to know, like, the more
If
presupposition,
you saw a building falling on top of you, would you suddenly start saying that it's not just because you don't like it?
That's not what an a priori is, though.
a priori just means independent of
my
experience.
Independent of experience. That's all
It's
a
like pure
priori.
logic or something like that, as opposed to applied logic. Well, applied logic could argue, as opposed to empirical stuff.
When a building's falling on you, yeah, that's a pretty good indication that it's happening. I mean, you're not accepting that a priori. You're accepting maybe a priori that the universe exists, and in that universe, the building is falling on you. But I don't think that's where you're going with that.
Well, but I think that if you think that you have free will, and you raise your arm because you think that you're raising your arm, but actually there's a doctor behind you stimulating that part of your brain,
Mm-hmm.
and you think that's you, your a priori argument is wrong, no matter how sound it is.
Well, a priori doesn't have to be correct. One says an a priori argument or a priori position has to be absolutely correct. Again, there's fallibilism in a lot of things. I mean, this is the problem that Darwin's actually
normally
do is
with necessity, but like I suppose it doesn't. I mean, yeah, you can take something a priori. The action a priori doesn't have to. You can just assume things.
I mean, Darwin's loves. He tries to get on the fact that, like Hogtie said, there's going to be questions. There's going to be uncertainty in a lot of things, and people like Darwin's, all he does is he plays upon that to people that are philosophically naive, and they just kind of agree with him regardless of anything else because he happens to be one of the fold, I guess. And that's what kind of bothers me because I don't think he's any more philosophically on solid ground than anybody that's else, including a foundationalist or a coherentist.
Yeah, but like
I think he's on less philosophical ground.
Like you asked me the necessity. My point earlier on the Bible, DD, if he's using it theologically, he'd be basing it on just the notion of the aseity of God, which he would get from the Bible. God is that upon which all things depend for their existence. And he must exist because he is ase, and he would interpret that. He would get that from interpreting the Bible. And since he takes the Bible as his standpoint, he's like a revelational epistemologist or something like that. He takes that like the Bible for granted. And if the Bible says God is necessary, or can fairly be interpreted as implying that God is necessary, then God is necessary, and the Bible can't be wrong, according to their view.
That's what my point is. That's within his own personal framework,
yes,
right?
But then
in his framework, God is a necessity, but that doesn't mean that it's a necessity to everybody else. Well, that's why you can't say it's a necessity.
Is that any claim you're going to make is more or less going to be made with respect to some framework of some sort. It doesn't necessarily have to be as broad as a worldview. Like I would disagree with presuppositionalists that they think that you have to have a worldview. But I have this notion, which I speak of like sort of islands of consistency. If I'm going to evaluate an argument, I'm going to evaluate it with respect to some system of logic, right? Classical logic versus non-classical logics like first order implication or something. I'm not remember the name of it. There's different logical systems which I'll evaluate an argument by, and certain logical systems will not allow other things that other logical systems will. And so the same argument in one logic may not be permitted in another. So one logic might be bad.
And matter of fact, I was saying that in the live feed earlier, that there are systems of logic, I think it's atheism, where you don't have to have things like the law of excluded middle or the law of
dialectic.
I think the only one that's
more of a metaphysical view or view on the theory of truth.
I mean, there are systems where you don't have to have these principles of logic. I mean, he makes it sound like these principles of logic are so required to be universal. No, I don't think so. We notice them to be the case, but if some universe had a thing where the law of non-contradiction was violated, I wouldn't really care.
Yeah, but the general point
wouldn't affect my worldview.
Is that
you're cool? What?
The general point I was trying to make is that when you evaluate anything in any way, shape, or form, you're evaluating it with respect to some standard. In one sense, it'll be the standard of this or that system of logic, this or that system of ethics, this or that system of aesthetics, if you can think of an aesthetic system, or you're going to evaluate it due to your own intuition, your own sense of, your own personal sense of beauty, or your own personal sense of truth, your own personal sense. So either it's going to be a subjective or a socially shared standard, like a system of logic.
Well, yeah, but that's different though. If somebody says, "Wait, consistent with my worldview, God has to exist," that's far different than saying God is a necessary being.
Yeah, well, the question is, you can, whenever somebody makes any claim whatsoever regarding necessity, you could always just come in and say, well, that's only true according to this or that logical system, but according to my logical system, it's not true. So you go, okay, that's all good and that's all well and good, but like, so what? That doesn't mean I'm wrong. It just means my proposition is relative to some logical system. That doesn't even make it doesn't even mean it's relative per se, because you could say that according to my logical system is absolute. I don't know how you would work that out. That is an issue that I've been having lately. Is that
I've had people make the argument that God is a contingent being, so I don't know. So, but Hogtie, if you want to get in, the link to get in is is on my Facebook.
Yeah, Hogtie is probably better with this stuff than I am.
How do you make a God necessary and contingent? That's the problem.
That would be a problem.
Because that's the God of Christianity, right?
That's
contingent, like
that's some versions of Christian deities I've heard. That's why I've said before that I don't believe like Veckel's God or G-Man's God exists, because it's incoherently unsound to me. It's illogical to me, right? But that doesn't mean that there aren't other versions of a Christian deity that I can say that are like that. But their version to me is inconsistent. They're just all over the place.
Like, how does a necessary being take on the ability to die?
Oh, you mean like something like that? Okay, so in that, I don't know how that works. General Han Solo,
I don't know.
Once upon a time mentioned something like about hypostatic language, and somehow that resolves it, but I don't understand it at all.
Hypostatic union is, but that to me is just, again, kicks in my theological and cognitive is saying, well, they're basically saying we don't know how this works, but we're going to call it some fancy Latin name.
Yeah, that's
say this is what happened.
This is why I hate philosophy. I hate philosophy.
I like philosophy. I'm not going to lie. I'm taking much more interest in it than I ever have before. But if I had to learn philosophy from Darwin's Deity, I would have basically, years ago, because I think he's completely fucking clueless about these topics. I really do. This is why the Paltalk group scare him to death so bad, because they know so well how to just easily see through his bullshit. I am sorry, I can't believe in any possible way there exists, even in any framework, a necessity of a Christian God having to exist. Now that doesn't mean he can't or doesn't. It just means that he's not a necessity. I think Darwin's using that vocabulary is very, very telling that what he's saying is not just a necessity. It's just his belief, and that he's trying to make it into a much stronger case than it actually is. Because I think it's all his belief. I really do.
But the interesting thing about William Lane Craig's argument is that he's saying you can't have this universe that we currently live in without God, because there's a beginning to the universe, and any beginning has a cause.
No, not necessarily. Again, there's different types of causes when you get into Aristotelian logic. I mean, there's a material cause, there's a final cause, and there's a efficient cause. I believe there's a material cause, but I believe it's on the quantum level. So agent that caused everything.
Craig's argument goes, everything which begins to exist has a cause. The universe began to exist, therefore the cause. And then is that what we're talking about?
Yeah, that's the Kalam Cosmological. Really, Craig has like 6 things to it.
Has a cause. Any logical world has a beginning, and therefore has a cause.
I don't know if I accept that. I think
you can logically consistently speak of an eternal world. For example, the example that's usually given is a world with just like a single particle going on for eternity in one direction.
Where does it come from?
It doesn't come from anywhere. That's just the world is defined by a particle which goes on for eternity in one direction. That's the whole world.
That's
There's
the
nothing
world.
else.
It's a self-encapsulating, self-enclosed, isolated, conditional world.
Like the law of physics describing that world would be like, you know,
way beyond.
Point, like you would just have space, some definition of space, and it would say at every point, there's like, I don't know how to put it. It just, the particle moves in this direction to this amount forever. Or you could just have like the particle just sort of standing in the middle of nowhere.
The original way they thought the structure of the universe was a universe that was infinitely, forever, that had no beginning, had no end. It was a steady state conditions. So it was definitely thought up. So it wasn't like it was logically impossible. They just found, based upon observations, that wasn't the case. And that's why they realized that the Big Bang was much better.
Somebody make an argument that it's not logically possible to have an infinite universe for some reason or another. At least in an infinite universe where there is motion, because motion along like a continuum is impossible somehow.
Not if it's circular. I mean, you got, if the universe is not flat, which by the way it is flat, but if it was not flat and it was curved to the point where you would actually just continue to have a circular path around the universe, it would be infinite.
Yeah, but like the motion itself
it'd be bounded, but it would be infinite. Even with motion, though, it'd be like going around the sphere. You can go around the sphere forever if you want to. You're bounded. You're limited to the sphere's surface, but you can go on forever.
No, like so the points in space would be defined like by a certain, like I don't remember how it works. I'm thinking of like temporal logic, but you could probably do it similarly when describing space. So you can describe a line, and the line it's a certain property. Like it's how you describe set theory.
The line goes on forever, right, in both directions.
Well, no, like when you say that,
well, it does, right?
I don't know. Sorry, I'm not thinking right.
Yeah. A line goes in both directions to infinity.
Well, yeah.
What we call a line,
you would analogize it to a certain set,
line segment, right? But it's so funny in the outside chat, they're still worried about these laws of logic, and Lucky 7 is the only one that I think is spot on right now. Laws of logic are just because we observe them to be. They are not something that has to be. In fact, most of them are violated. The law of non-contradiction is violated in quantum mechanics. The law of excluded middle is violated in diatheism. These things do not have to be. I mean,
like whether or not they have to be is up. It's not so much that so much that they don't have to be. It's that whether or not they are is up for debate. Like it's like.
No, they're up for debate because they're not in all circumstances. Again, in quantum level, the law of excluded middle goes, or excuse me, the law of non-contradiction goes out the fucking window.
Well, how? Like there are people who
pairs just appear out of nowhere.
That's true and not true at the same time.
Yeah.
Yes, I mean like
virtual
particle. Not just hypothetical.
The only way to model.
We actually see states. We've seen switches that are in both on and off position at the same time. That's a violation of the non-contradiction.
Yeah, well, I don't understand logic enough to know whether or not what I'm about to say is worth anything. But Alex Malpass was talking to me about like the idea, like how you can the meta theory of a paraconsistent, like the way you talk about the logic itself.
Don't get into paraconsistent logic because I don't know anything.
Well, yeah, but like you're talking about a paraconsistent logic. You're talking about.
I know, but I mean, in paraconsistent logic, you can have violations of law of non-contradiction and all that, but I don't know the technical details of it. I mean, I just know in paraconsistent logic that you can get away with not having those laws, right? And General says he disagrees with me on that. General disagrees on. Oh, by the way, we got to ask you a quantum question, General. So come in here. General Han Solo, there's a question that got brought up to you.
He probably knows more about this.
And so I want to ask quantum.
Yeah, I've heard. I've not read, but I've heard that
the link to get in is on my G+ page.
Make quantum mechanics consistent. Like you don't have to use. Yeah. You don't have to be inconsistent.
Well, yeah, and there's nothing consistent about that. But there is the law of non-contradiction go out the window. But I don't know why they're so worried about what I said. Go find a law of cause and effect. If they're saying, well, you can't have any laws if you don't have laws of cause and effect. Well, of course you can. There's just no physical law, no physics law of cause and effect. It's just an observation we have made, but it's definitely nothing that we have to hold to.
Yeah, I agree with that. And
yes, it would be. Limmer says it's not a violation. On and not on would be a violation. Yes, and not on is off.
Schrodinger's cat is alive and
Yeah,
dead.
like if you're describing something like I don't know.
It is two states. It's on and not on at the same time. You want to call it off
Yeah,
or not?
the
call it
idea
off.
is that the states aren't mutually exclusive by virtue of them being on and off at the same time. So the question is, some people will, or at least I've not read anywhere, so I can't say that. I intuit that the way you want to, that the idea of non-contradiction is supposed to be linked with the idea of mutual exclusivity. That like you can't speak of two things being mutually exclusive and then occurring at the same time, otherwise they wouldn't be mutually exclusive. It would be a misuse of the term. So clearly, these two states aren't mutually exclusive. They can occur at the same time. But a logic which is consistent would try to link mutual exclusivity with the law of non-contradiction somehow. Like these two notions are inherently linked. And so maybe you could say that really what's going on is that there's this kind of object language which is quantum language, but isn't, and uses a kind of logic, but the logic itself is just sort of, it's not actually logic. It's just the logic of, it's just the way you work with the system. But in truth, it's really consistent. It's just that it uses the language that we would normally use in logic of zeros and ones to model this thing, reality in a certain way, but nothing mutually exclusive is going on or something. I don't know. Like, hopefully, okay, Hogtie and Han Solo said they were coming in, but
yeah, I just sent them links to come in. So,
okay,
because I have a question to ask generally, he might know.
Those guys are both smarter than I am. I'm so they like whenever I talk and I know that there are other people who are smarter than I am, I know I've been corrected like 1,000 times.
He has to come in pretty quick. Come on, get general.
I'll say something more stupid.
You can observe that A and not A is true. Is that a violation of the law of non-contradiction?
You can't
It
observe
would be a violation, but there's a possible
that.
violation, right? Nobody says that these things have to be, right?
Exactly.
And no,
That's
I don't want
the
to
problem.
post the link in the chat. Let's go find it on my G Plus page. I posted
And
it
you
publicly. I meant to put it in
And
the
you
Great
will
Bay
see
community,
that.
but fine. I'll post the link.
Quantum
in the
superposition.
I'm against my better judgment, but
Yeah, why aren't you doing the thing where the link is immune to?
because I'm on something else right now. It's going to be too taxing.
Okay.
I'm doing BGs where I'm doing this battlegrounds, but I'm gearing up my tank. What do you want? You have a tank? No, I don't think you do. So
You mean tank as a warrior, or do you mean tank as
actually, it's a death knight, but I am leveling warrior too. Yeah, well, my DK is already 110, but my warrior is like 102. But I'm not going to make her into a tank. She's going to be fury.
What are you, a healer?
Am I warrior?
Are you a warrior or
Think about that.
healer?
Warrior. Well, I have a mage who's god mode. I have a DK, and I'm working on a warrior. I don't play a healer except for a druid. Occasionally, I'll pop on my druid healer, but I need to like really level her up bad. General said he's not home right now. God damn it! All right, so let me see if I can explain this to General.
I don't think you actually put it in the Great Debate community itself, but you just put it in on G Plus.
I put it on G Plus. Yeah.
You told me it was.
But anyways, I put the link to get in the live feed, so that should do it. But he's not home right now, so let me see if I can get this question out and see how he responds. Okay, General, imagine the double slit experiment, and you have the apertures, just perfect for the wavelength of the photon that you're measuring, or you can assume electron. I don't care. But let's go with photons. You observe at the aperture the state of the system, collapsing the wave function, resulting in it being a particle that went through one of the two apertures rather than both, right? We all think everybody would agree upon that particular scenario. Now, let's say you put the observational detector a little bit further up away from the apertures, and you detect the state of the system. At that point, you collapse the wave function. The same thing happens. The particle goes through only one of them, but then you have a second set of slits that the particle can go through. Does that second set of slits, does that particle continue to be observed as a particle a point-like particle that can have interference and constructive and destructive interference over a pattern, right? If you throw enough bullets or photons, through the thing, it eventually form a pattern. But will it still be a particle, or where the second one, it'll actually, because it's not detected through the first aperture, exhibit properties of a wave? Does that make sense? That's the question. If you need clarification, I'll look in the live here in a second. What? Does everybody get the question?
No.
Okay, just imagine two sets of slits. Okay, and they're basically some distance from each other. Whatever you need to have the property to have interference patterns. Fire a photon. You detect the photon prior to it going into the first two apertures, and it collapses the wave function, producing a particle. Now that goes through one of the two apertures. Now it's starting to head to the other two apertures that's right in front of it, and they're going to have to be a little offset, I guess, because it has to be what the wavelength would be, the de Broglie wavelength of the particle, or the wave. As it approaches it, you're not detecting it, but it's already been detected as a particle initially. So the question is, does it stay a particle and would only go through one of the second apertures, second set, or go through both slits on the second set of apertures? That's the question.
The flow means it's a wave.
Well, doesn't it depend on how you're observing it?
Well, you've already disturbed the system because you detected it prior to going into the first set of slits, right?
Okay, so you have two sets of slits, is what you're saying, not just a single.
There's two sets of slits. Yes, two sets of slits.
It's a particle.
I'm trying to draw a picture.
It's a particle, but that it flows through the holes means it's a wave. So it's both, right?
Well, yes, yeah, but the particles will exhibit a quantum pattern. That's the interesting about it. If you shot through individual particles over and over and over again, eventually it's going to show an interference pattern, dot pixels, like on a dot matrix or something.
Yeah, which means it's exhibiting wave behavior, right? That's when
wave behavior. But since you've already detected it initially, does that mean it's going to still stay that way when it goes to the second set, or will it all of a sudden become and be a wave and see a wave pattern?
What's the name of the pattern that a particle creates? Like when you observe it, like what's the name? Huh?
Well, it's not a pattern. A particle is going to produce a point of light, a point on the right. And if you put enough points, then you're going to see that interference pattern, right? Just like I said, a dot matrix would be a similar type thing.
Yeah, but there's different patterns, or like I'm imagining
you're just going to have constructive and destructive interference.
Yeah. Okay, so again, physics is not my thing.
And that pattern is going to be based upon the wavelength of the photon, right? The difference in wavelength is going to cause the difference between the crest and the troves of the wave. The question is it going to exhibit a quantum mechanical secondary state, even though it's already been detected?
Well, once the particle hits the detector, wait a minute. I don't know anything about this stuff.
Well, General does. That's what I'm asking, but I haven't looked in the live feed to see if he responded yet. I will in a second here. I'm got a hunter that's pissing me the fuck off.
I love Soccer photo. I mean, his picture. It's a James Bond sock.
Hey, I killed him even with him and a warrior on me. I still killed him. But I'm playing Blood Spec right now, so.
Oh my goodness.
That's a hard spec to kill, solo dude.
No, I mean I
heal more than most healers.
I don't understand why doing hangouts while playing WoW is like the worst thing ever, because you get into these moments of like you get focused on the game and you forget about everything else. It's not really. I don't know.
Okay, so he says, I think the moment there's a interference and it goes through one slit, and then there's no ghost cloning going through the other as a wave, the wave annihilates once there's an interference. So once you make an observation of where the particle is using the wave function, no longer waves are produced. Now, that is what I thought, General, and that's the argument that I was making to Rumpus. Now, and I told Rumpus I could be wrong on this, but from what I recall on the double-slit experiment, Once you made an observation, the state of the system's done. It's already collapsed wave function. It's not going to produce any kind of because it's going to act like a particle because you've already disturbed the system. He says that's wrong. So that's why I wanted to ask you. I mean, if I'm completely wrong, that's fine. But if you're kind of agreeing with me, then maybe I'm not as hosed as I thought. But that doesn't mean I'm right because it doesn't mean you're right, General. But at least I know I'm not completely far off.
Talking. I mean, I look at the title, jump into the Hangout, like spooky action at a distance. Spooky action, yeah. This is that spooky action at a distance thing, right? The double-slit experiment.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The Hangout because related, but it's not the same thing. The double-slit is quantum mechanics, but it's.
Yeah, I kind of recognize what you guys are talking about, but I've kind of read it a little bit, but it's.
We'll get back into your.
It's just like it's so far fucking beyond me.
If General gets home, we'll bring him in because, like I said, this was a discussion we had with the Rumpus the other day, and I said, well, let me ask General. And again, if we're wrong, we're wrong, but I don't feel so bad that General is kind of agreeing with what I'm saying. And again, I don't mind being wrong, but I don't want to be like fucking stupid. There's a difference, right? Being wrong is fine. Don't get me wrong.
I don't mind being wrong, but I don't like being wrong when it has to do with the Rumpus because fuck that guy.
Fuck Rumpus.
Just kidding. I love the Rumpus.
Okay, so anyways, we're back to this Hangout that you guys had earlier because I found it to be interesting until Darwin's came in and then it went to shit, but whatever. You were talking about coherentism, but by the way, I thought you explained it really well. I actually kind of understood it. I've heard it before and kind of had other people try to. I think Hogtie made the best arguments as far as like the whole raft thing. But what I got upset with was that, first of all, they kept trying to use arguments against you that would be used against my position because I'm a foundationalist. So if you want to attack my precepts, by all means. But you as a coherentist don't rely on precepts. You're a non-foundationalist, right?
Well, yeah. I mean, I wouldn't say that I'm a foundationalist. I mean,
non-foundationalist.
Yeah, I'm a non-foundationalist, but there's a distinction between that and somebody who's an anti-foundationalist, which is a different position.
Right. Yeah, you're not anti.
But
you don't think that because I'm a foundationalist that I'm completely fucked, right?
No. I mean, it's to talk about different epistemic frameworks, and within the paradigm there, it really comes down to what does the justifiable of justified true belief mean, and within a coherentist system, justified basically just relates to the coherence of the system itself. So. In that understanding of it, you can make knowledge claims on it from a coherentist coherentist viewpoint, because you've met the requirements of what a justified true belief would be. So when you have somebody that's attacking foundationalism, what they're generally attacking is whether or not somebody has met the criteria of the justified part to make the knowledge claims on anything.
So I don't follow justified true belief. I follow reliabilism and reliable true belief.
Isn't that all totally fucked by the Gettier problems?
Yeah. So a justified true belief. It's not that it's totally fucked. It's just it shows that the Gettier problems show that something can meet the three criteria of being a justified true belief and still be considered not knowledge,
depending on justification.
So
right.
The problem is whatever truth thing you want to subscribe to, they all have problems. There's no one set system that works for everything.
Right. Isn't. Yeah, and even
philosophers have answered all the skeptics.
Even reliabilism. Even if you want to be a reliabilist in how you define some knowledge, coherentism still works. I just because then you can talk about the instead of the coherency being the justification for the system, but being the reliable aspect of the system. Whichever way you want to go about kind of defining it, that's okay. But
yeah, well, I like the fact that you were actually very, very. I hate to say this, but you were coherent in your position. You kept on saying the same thing over again, as they just weren't understanding it.
One of the
functional coherentist. It's just
yeah, I think one of the problems was it's like I said, it's like I was talking with a couple of the guys after the Hangout ended about this, and it's that it's not a viewpoint that I pick like my favorite sports team. It's what when we talk about epistemic frameworks and how we know things, I find it, again, no pun intended, but the most coherent system, to define what knowledge is. And because of that, though, is that a lot of people, when they're, and I think I brought this up in the Hangout, is like myself, when introduced to the topic of epistemology, I was introduced to it as a rebuttal to the presuppositional apologists, which generally start off with a complete challenge to foundationalism. And I understand, and I agree that there are problems to foundationalism, and I will wear the problems with coherentism on my sleeve as well. I'll put them out there. I'll tell people where they can challenge me on my epistemic framework, and I did that within the Hangout as well. So when people come to, when you start talking about this and people start asking you questions to say, well, what are your foundational beliefs? And you have to, and I got asked that.
They're using arguments against you that are not part of your epistemological.
Yeah, exactly. They're asking me, what are my foundational beliefs? What are my properly basic beliefs? What are my assumptions? And these questions are, really nonsensical to the position that I'm trying to put out there. And that was a little frustrating that I got asked that 4 or 5 times.
That's what they weren't understanding, and again,
because
it's kind of common with these guys. If they don't understand, you have to be wrong, right?
Well, they have because like me and a lot of people out there, their introduction to epistemology is based in presuppositional apologetics, which works as a challenge to the foundationalist paradigm, and that's the only thing that they know to argue against is foundationalism. So when you bring up other concepts out there, I would have loved if Xbox got in there and went with his found-herentism viewpoint as well.
They're not. Isn't there another one? Deflationism?
Well, there's not a theory. There's a and that's the other thing too is I could have I was kind of sticking to the correspondence theory of truth, and that I could have really thrown them off.
Truth is correspondence, not your theory of justification.
Right. Yeah. So I could adopt a coherence theory of truth as well, and so we work within my system. But for the sake of the argument, when they're asking me questions like "What is truth?" and I say, "Well, truth is what corresponds to reality," that's fine. I can use that, and then we don't have to get sidetracked in defining what truth is.
There's a hybrid, right? Found herentism. What do you think about that?
Well, that's the position that Xbox Fiend holds, and I wish that.
Fuck, he's a Huxley and fuck Xbox.
Come here.
His found herentism is. If people want to take a look at that, it's an interesting one. I don't find it very convincing. I don't think it's a good description of how we know things. But hey, to each their own. I don't think that foundationalism works in the in as well as coherentism does. But again, I understand the objections to the systems. Those ones that I've read up on as well. Somebody could be an infinitist, sorry. And I know that the problems within that framework is as well. And but I'm not going to say that they're incoherent.
Hey, Sako, how would you explain it to a kindergartner? If it's possible.
How it works.
Explain what?
I wonder if that's even possible.
Well,
I don't know if I follow that whole Einstein and even Hawkeye agree that I don't think I follow it. You don't have to be explaining something to a 7-year-old. You don't know it well enough. I think that's
7-year-old can't have
kind of a nice aphorism, but it's not really practical. Try to explain quantum. 7-year-old.
I tried a couple times to explain it to them, what my viewpoint was, and I think the best one was is they kept on asking questions like how is it that you can obtain truths about reality? And I'm just like, okay, so are you asking me how can I know things? Mm-hmm. And they're like, no, we're asking you how can you obtain truths about reality? Well, what does that mean? Obtain truths about reality. It sounds like you're just asking me how can I know things? How can I know things about reality? And if you're asking me how do I know things about reality, then you're just asking me what my epistemic framework is. And
yeah, I've had that conversation with Darwin before, and that's why I don't like engaging with it anymore, because he asks the same questions, I give him the same answers. It's like, okay, move on, we're done.
And the best part about that
when I say I know something, I know something within my framework. When it's science, if I know something in science to be true, if I know that the law of gravity is F equals gm1 and 2 divided by r squared, and I could show and demonstrate that is the law of gravity. If I know if I drop something, it's going to fall to the ground, that is because I know something in the framework of science. We're using, you know, a framework to build our epistemological understanding of the reality we live in. So when I say I know something, he wants to make it some kind of meta, you know, we're not a brain in a jar kind of thing, and that's just not practical with me. I'm a pragmatic person. I don't care for a brain in the jar. It makes no difference to my reality whatsoever. If I drop something, it's still going to fall to the ground, regardless of my brain in the vat or not.
Contextualism, or what's the new version of it?
Well, what was really funny was that when they asked me this question, you know, how can I attain truths about reality? And I said, okay, what do you mean by that? Like, what do I know? Like, how do I know things? And then I outlined what my, you know, what I believe my epistemic framework is. And then they're like, well, you're not really answering the question. You know, you're just telling me what you know, how do you know things? And I'm like, well, that's what the question is. Let me demonstrate. You know, and I asked Antonio, how is it that you obtain truths about reality? And he says, revelation through God. I'm like, great. What is your epistemic framework? Revelations through God. It's the same fucking, you know, so, you know, yeah. It's just like, well, I mean, you know, revelational epistemology is a framework for them. Whatever they wanted to, you know, there's challenges to that, you know, but the point of that was just to illustrate that when you ask questions about how somebody can obtain truth, all you're asking them is, you know, what kind of epistemic framework do you use? That's it.
Yeah, if you were a teacher in kindergarten, for example.
What makes their God a necessity? Because when they say that, especially Darwin's, his God being a necessity, I just throw the bullshit flag, because Darwin's God to me doesn't exist, because Darwin's a piece of shit. And Darwin makes no sense. He's anti-science. He's anti-logic. He's anti-reason. He's just nothing he says to me would be something of a divine nature, right? God, if God exists, it's not his version, right? It's this. He's looking down at Darwin's going, God, you're a fucktard, is what God is saying. So when I see people like that, or younger creationists say, well, God has to exist, I automatically know that they're wrong. I'm sorry, their God does not exist, at least their version of God. And yes, I know people like Jade will say that, yes, there's only one God. I get that. But their version of that one God, if that one God exists, is not coherent to me. It's not logical. It's not reasonable. It doesn't make me an atheist. It makes me an atheistic, which I think you made a brilliant observation of. You can have an atheistic position towards something. It doesn't make you an atheist. These words, like atheistic, and atheistic is not the same as atheism.
Well, if
they're atheistic toward gods.
They near the beginning of the conversation, like the first time I jumped in, they asked me to say, well, what is my worldview? And I'm like, well, what do you mean by worldview? Like my series of beliefs? And they're like, yeah, your worldview.
You're a naturalist.
And
I mean, naturalism is a worldview. I'll accept that.
Well, but what was funny is they asked me, it's like, what is your worldview? And I say, well, I have the sock account worldview. You know, my series of my collection of beliefs that I hold are probably unique to me. So I guess I have a sock account worldview. They're like, no, you know what I mean. It's like, are you an atheist? Are you the other things? It's like, okay, well, so now you're asking me about, you know, specific beliefs within my worldview. Okay, and that's great. I can answer those. And if you're asking me whether or not I believe a God exists, at this time, I currently do not hold a belief in a God. But I also don't affirm a belief in the non-existence of all gods. That's just something that I don't do. And so that's what I believe. And they're like, okay, so you're an atheist. I'm like, okay, fine, if that's what you want to call me. They're like, well, you're not an atheist, you're an agnostic. I'm like, okay, great. I really don't care. I'm not labeling.
The greatest thing is it's like whatever they want to call you, I don't really care at this point. Just go with the concepts, right?
Yeah, like you asked me what I believe. I told you, when it came to the God question, what my beliefs are surrounding the question of whether or not a God exists. Now, you can go out now and you can define this any way you want. You want to define me as an atheist? You want to define me as an agnostic? I don't care. I told them define it as potato, because it really makes no sense. Like, if you want to get hung up on what you want to actually define my position as, then this isn't a conversation I really want to be part of. But let me, all I can do is lay out what my position is to you guys, and you could label it whichever way you want. And for the sake of the conversation, I'll take whatever label you want to put on it. It doesn't bother me.
By the way, yeah, well, I mean, I don't want to be labeled something that I'm not, because somebody says, Steve, you're an atheist. Well, no, I'm not. Now, there might be a working definition where you can make that argument, but that's not what. It does nobody any good to just say, well, I'm going to label you this based upon this. It's like, okay, let's address what you really think. Well, here's what I really think. Okay, you are this then. Okay, I accept that. Why do they do that? They want to pigeonhole everybody into their own little these terminologies that I think are really kind of strange, incoherent, inconsistent, and not generally really utilized.
They're
just not. They're just.
When I first started listening, there was a weirdness.
I jumped in here. I'm sorry. When you pop in?
That's weird. Well, it's like I thought you were done, and then for the lag or something. There's some weirdness around the idea of a worldview, and I know Sokka made the point clearly that there's a difference between. You can describe my worldview as atheistic, right? But remember, I mean, we hear all the time this expression: atheism is not a worldview. You know, because they always talk about, you know, this worldview of atheism, and then they have to be pointed out to them. Atheism is not a worldview; it's a single position on a single issue. Yet it is still appropriate to talk about an atheistic worldview. So, if Sokka Count were to jot down for me all of his beliefs, so I had a full understanding of the Sokka Count worldview, I could attach many adjectives to it. One of the adjectives I would attach is atheistic. It is in its nature atheistic. You know, it might also be, you know, like communistic. I don't know, but you know, it's all sorts of things.
I want to do that. I don't think atheism can be utilized as a worldview. I think naturalism can.
No, it's not.
Suckers a goddamn it.
I don't know if naturalism can be said to be a worldview. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, I think naturalism can.
I guess you could, right? Like, I mean,
I don't think so.
It could.
Depends on how. Like, it's what's the difference between having a naturalist and a naturalistic worldview, or an atheist and an atheistic worldview, right?
Because naturalism, atheism naturally is an extension from that. You can't have a contradiction.
Yeah, like naturalism is more encompassing, right? I get that. But atheism is also quite encompassing, is that it excludes, like, the idea is that naturalism excludes many things, among which is God belief, and therefore entails atheism. But atheism excludes many things as well. For example, divine command theory. You cannot be an atheist and a divine command theorist. So there are plenty of things which atheism excludes. It just so happens that naturalism excludes more. So why should naturalism over atheism?
Right.
Well, here's the thing: is that and this is kind of like the problem with these designations, is that atheism isn't a belief. I wouldn't label atheism as a belief. I think that there's some people out there that are atheists that affirm certain beliefs that are atheistic, but atheism itself is a proposition on an issue that they don't hold a belief in. They don't hold a belief in a God. And so when you have this belief, you have a series of other beliefs. And I think that G-Man kind of brought this up in there, is that he said that his belief in God impacts almost every other belief that he has when it comes to things like government and morality, were two examples he gave for some reason. And
it doesn't for you?
Well, here's the thing, is that those beliefs that I have are formed from a series of other beliefs that I might hold, none of which have to do with the non-existence of God. You know, they're
not contingent upon that.
They're not contingent on that. There's no factor in there. It's like there's not like, you know, God does not exist, therefore I have this other belief or whatever. I've come to the. Let me finish. Let me finish this point.
Okay.
Is that if you look at the series of beliefs that I hold, none of them are influenced by the existence of a God or the non-existence of a God. And therefore, you can say that my view is atheistic in the sense that it doesn't include a God, but it's not a foundational belief within any type of worldview that I have.
So you do have foundational beliefs.
What about gay marriage?
Well, no, because they want to track things down to foundational beliefs. And in this case, I'm not using foundational belief as a presupposition, but foundational belief as in a very important belief. Oh, sorry. Get your way.
I can see what you're saying, right? Atheism isn't like this. It's not central to your system of beliefs. It's mutable, right? Whereas something more central might be like naturalism, right? It would take more
to believe, to be honest,
away from naturalism as opposed to persuading you away from atheism. But naturalism colors whatever theism you might take on. Like, you can't be a certain kind of theist because you're a naturalist. Whereas if you're an atheist simpliciter, if you truly have an atheist worldview, you would by virtue of being such go out of your way to deny anything which might be meaningfully called God, including Zeus, like including some alternate dimension. Like if you believe in, you're naturalist, but you believe in multiple worlds theory, and you know that there's some world in which, what's the phrase? If everything happens or something like that. There's a phrase that's implied from the multiple worlds view, which would include something like
can happen, has happened. I don't know.
Yeah, that idea. So like there is some world in which Gandalf exists, and so there's
such many worlds hypothesis.
What? Yeah, and so if
it's
you're
many worlds hypothesis,
and you're forced to take that position, eventually, according to the multiple world hypothesis, some godlike being does exist, and you would have no problem with that. But it's a very different view from saying that there is some one above.
I don't know about that. I don't think the many world hypothesis actually entails that. I think you're confusing multi-world with modal ontological worlds, possible worlds. There's a difference between possible worlds and many worlds. Many worlds would be if you have two quantum states, one collapses, comes into existence. We're following that trajectory, but in some other trajectory, there's been a collapse the other way. That doesn't necessitate the existence of a god.
No, not like a god, like a metaphysical god. Like it would be like you would have a world where all of the atoms and stuff arrange themselves in such a way that every time some dude in a beard says some words, fire comes out, just because the way the wave function collapses in that world or whatever. Like it, as opposed, and then there's the next, like isn't that how it would work? Like it's extremely unlikely for anything like that to happen in our world, but because of the way the multiple worlds hypothesis goes about, or the many worlds interpretation goes out, all possible.
Given that many worlds interpretation has nothing to do with there being a god or not, or the
possibility. Yeah, I'm saying like you could have something like Thor from you can have like an Odin type being, like, and even then it's not right. It's more
that's not the multiple world hypothesis, though. It doesn't imply that you can have anything. It just means that you have two quantum states. Both of them do manifest in some ways.
Yeah, again, I'm saying the type of God you would be believing in would be a very different kind of thing. It would be like,
but sorry, just to put it back on point there.
Yeah, I'm sorry,
yeah, for what I was saying though, is that you can describe a worldview as atheistic if it doesn't include a God, but it doesn't mean that is a influencing decision in the beliefs within that worldview, compared to a theistic worldview, which is a worldview that does contain a God. But that doesn't necessarily mean that belief in a God also entails that it's influenced their beliefs in there at all as well. So you can take a look at the atheist, or you can call it the non-theistic worldview and the theistic worldview, and realize that these are just broad categories that labels worldviews into two categories based on a single belief, regardless of whether it actually impacts any additional beliefs within that worldview or not. So pretty much it means that those labels of atheist and non-theistic or atheistic worldviews are meaningless, because all they tell you is what the person's position is on one belief, and that's it. It doesn't say anything else about what they believe. So who cares, right?
I still think my point on like the whole exclusivity thing. Like, you're saying that atheism isn't really a positive thing. Like like naturalism is like you can sort of define.
It doesn't need to be. It doesn't need to be. You don't have to affirm a disbelief in the existence of gods.
Yeah, well, again, and I think we all kind of go to the same position that we prefer atheism to be an actual assertion that God does not exist. And again, it doesn't matter which word you use to describe what your position is, as long as I understand what you're saying. But when I hear people say atheist, that's what I think comes to mind. That they are saying that they believe God does not exist, rather than just lacking a. Saki, you kind of agree with that as well. That's more of a better definition, right?
I guess, Steve, what you're asking is, what is a necessary being?
Well, I mean, why is the Christian God, according to Darwin, a necessary being?
Well, I mean, in order for something to be a necessary being, it would be, I would have to say that to deny its very existence would somehow be contradictory. Yes. And that would have to be followed up by some type of argumentation to show how me saying, me uttering the statement God does not exist is somehow contradictory within, I don't know, something. And the arguments never really get as far to explaining why this is a contradictory statement. So therefore, they never really articulate why it's a necessity.
And
I agree with you, but what is it about what they say that makes it a necessity?
In my experience, it always means that it's simple. It's a simple being.
Well, when you have a presuppositional apologetic, or apologist, sorry, that thinks that the tools of rationality can only exist in spite of the existence of a God, to make an utterance that a God does not exist while using the tools of rationality would therefore be self-contradictory. But that's a belief that they hold that's based within the paradigm of their own worldview, and to argue for that outside of the presuppositions they already hold doesn't really actually grant for a convincing argument.
Well, it means that an omniscient being is an omnipresent being, is an et cetera, et cetera. There's no quality of the God that you can't take away. There's just none. But then that gets into contradictions because God became.
Well, it doesn't. I mean, it depends what you mean by those words, but I think there are ways of defining those words that I don't have a problem with that I don't think lead to a contradiction.
No, I mean, a necessary being would be a being that can exist in all possible worlds. But we can clearly come up with possible worlds where all adorable bunnies live their short, miserable lives being tortured horrendously.
Why would you want to do that, Joe? You sick bitch.
That your
well, I'm not a modal realist, so it's okay.
They really,
the thing about it is,
so Joe, you're saying,
would God
I think I alluded to earlier
exist?
that if you could imagine a possible world where something doesn't exist, then it's not a necessity, right?
Exactly.
Well, then I can imagine a world without a Christian deity.
Yeah. So,
yeah,
I mean, not without a Christian deity, without even a deity.
Well, this goes back to the point that I was saying before. There is that when they talk about the necessity of God, they talk about a lot of hidden assumptions that are baked into their definition of God. So from the presuppositional viewpoint, like I said, like the tools of rationality can only exist because of a God. And because they equate the existence of a God with the tools of rationality, to make any type of comment on anything demonstrates that that God must exist. So therefore, it must be necessary in all possible realities. If you want to talk about rationality or anything like that, that this God must exist as well there. So they equate all these different terms within, or they associate all these different characteristics or all these different attributes to God across all possible worlds, but they never actually form an argument for why it is the case that things like rationality necessitated God in the first place.
Well, I would like to know what necessitated the taking on of a contingent being. I think Joe probably knows. Right, Joe?
I don't understand what you mean by contingent being.
Well, usually you're thinking of necessary contrasted with contingent, something that didn't have to exist, something that could not have existed. There's a possible world where such a thing wouldn't exist, right? There's a possible world where Frank doesn't have a beard. His beard.
No, there isn't. It is essential. It's an essential trait. It's anything which is
part of, okay.
Jesus is mortal, right?
So, but well, what was I didn't quite understand I didn't quite understand the question you asked, Nelson. What can you repeat it?
Can a necessary simple being take on a contingent nature such that it can die?
Well, there's a couple of issues with that. You mean simple as in actually divine simplicity?
Yeah.
Because if it's divine simplicity, then it wouldn't take on contingent parts. Part of the definition of divine simplicity is there's no, accidental attributes, or they don't, obtain new attributes. And there is an argument showing there's an issue with contingency and a simple being. I think it has to do with with actualizing this world. It's God existing with a contingent thing no matter what, because God didn't have to actualize this world if people aren't necessitarians or something, right? But you know what, I shouldn't speak about that argument because I can't I can't remember all of it.
So
But the very
John, how
notion
come you were in there, you know,
non-actualizing world
confronting
is kind of
Darwin's on
weird.
that? When Darwin's
How come
saying,
what?
"Oh, God is a necessity," how come you weren't in there? Did you listen?
No, I didn't listen because.
Are you banned from Darwin's still, or could you talk to him?
Oh yeah, Darwin's. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. He now he'll call me names and stuff.
Oh,
When I go into a room, he throws a hissy fit about it.
So God has this imaginary infinite number of worlds where he can instantiate one of them, where he likes one of them, I guess. He likes one of them. And he instantiates one of them, right?
Okay.
I guess that means one of them brought up prayers, right?
Well,
I'm sorry. Are you trying to address the all possible worlds argument? Is that what you're trying to do here?
well, the thing is, if you're saying he actualizes the world, then I mean, there's no one could have sent up prayers before the world was actualized, right?
I don't think DD would be getting this stuff from the modal argument. I think he would be doing it from like a biblical theology kind of view. He would be saying that somehow from the Bible you could derive the necessity of God, rather than from natural theology.
I mean, the way I see it is to show just the other attributes that Darwin's deity wants his God to have. Talk about those and show how they're just incompatible.
Oh yeah. If we're analyzing the notions, that's all well and good. Sorry.
Like, you can think of, like, if it's a necessary being, it's got to be maximally powerful. But we can always think of the most maximally powerful thing and then go, and this being can do evil. So that being, the one that can also do evil, is more powerful. But if God is necessarily morally perfect, he can't do evil. He wouldn't do evil, but he also can't do evil. So he is not omnipotent. So they have to decide, do they want a necessary being or do they want an omnipotent being? Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. Why would God
necessarily moral being?
imagine? Why would God imagine an infinite number of worlds and instantiate only the one he likes, even though there's suffering in it?
Because it's usually the response, just the nature of God.
No, I think that I feel like you're taking that when Joe's described when someone describes something as necessary, and then say that it has to be necessary in all possible worlds, they're not talking about that all possible worlds exist and that they're actualizing one of them or something like that. What they're saying is that something that becomes a necessary fact has to exist no matter what the circumstances are. So regardless of what type of reality you're thinking about, something that is necessary to all realities has to be necessary. Something that is truly necessary has to be necessary to all possible realities. Not that
disagreeing with,
because he's asking about all possible worlds. Why would God substantiate this one there with suffering? I'm not sure. I'm not sure whether he's asking, why a perfect. I mean, because if he asks why a omnibenevolent, omniscient being would create a world with suffering, I mean, there's apologetics for that. But I'm not understanding why.
Is there evil? Is there evil in heaven? Is there suffering in heaven?
Before you get on the suffering in heaven thing, can I? This has come up a couple of times about necessity, and I was kind of hoping there's that we could understand and then package for their understanding a good explanation for that cutoff between when something is necessary or not necessary. And now a moment ago we used the term, we said, well, if you can imagine a possible world where this thing doesn't exist, well, then it's not necessary. And I don't know that that's, I mean, it sort of captures the spirit of it, but I don't think it's a very rigorous definition, because a person can say, yeah, I can imagine a world where the laws of logic the law of non-contradiction isn't there. Yeah, I'm imagining it right now. Like, how is that a rigorous test for necessity? Because by the same token, they say, well, I can't imagine a world without the Christian God. So then, therefore, it becomes necessary. You know what I mean? So is there a good rigorous definition for it?
Yeah, but you can just ask them, where's the logical contradiction?
So what's the rigorous standard is whether or not it leads to a contradiction. If give me an example. Give me an example of something that's necessary. Think of something that's necessary, and you demonstrate to me that it's necessary.
Can you imagine a possible world where 2 + 2 doesn't equal, or where there isn't the number 2, where there aren't just numbers?
Well, 2 is like how you would describe the world. It's more of a property of the logical system itself rather than the world.
Which of you're going to mention a lot of caveats. Which is the thing that you do think is actually necessary, Frank?
Well, I mean, 1 + 1
is necessary because you could describe it in terms of piano axioms, which would be fitting in our logical system.
Yeah, our axioms.
Would those be necessary?
The piano axioms? They would, yes, according to modal. What's the modal axiom?
Necessary.
Because according to
I should have said numbers. I thought that would be easy.
According to modal logic, what's the necessitation axiom, right? If something follows from an axiom, it is an axiom or follows from an axiom, then it is necessary. That's how it works.
Yeah, and plus
I mean, other people say the laws of logic too. They think they are just necessary.
Well, that's how modal logic works. Like you literally, I think it's called. I'll search it up real quick. The necessitation axiom.
Yeah, that's what we're looking for. Because by the way, I actually don't believe in the number 2. I can imagine any number of worlds where 2 doesn't exist, and I cannot imagine a world without bananas.
Yeah, I mean, bananas are contingent.
So I can imagine something without the number 2. I can't imagine something like a square circle.
So,
right?
like, how would you
just claim you can? In the same way that they claim that we can't imagine a world without God. That's why we need the actual, like a rigorous test, a rigorous acid test. If you're going to say something's necessary or something isn't necessary, there's got to be a razor blade there that tells you whether it is or not. Someone's looking at it.
I don't know why Darwin thinks it's so difficult.
And you don't think that contradiction is enough?
I don't understand what you mean. Say, well, it leads to a contradiction. I mean, I can imagine a world. Okay, how is it a contradiction? Okay, so pick either the 2 example or the banana example, because they're obviously both wrong. You're saying that 2 is necessary, but bananas aren't.
Banana one, I agree, is contingent. I don't think bananas are necessary.
Okay, but I'm saying bananas are necessary. Prove me wrong.
How do you describe that world in terms of any science or any other how do you do any kind of quantitative analysis in this world without having a number 2?
Yeah, but you said that you would demonstrate this to me by showing that a contradiction exists.
Okay, so in this world, is this world it just is exactly like this world, but there's no number 2?
Oh, I don't know. It could be anything. That's what I mean. There's also no gophers. Like, I don't. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not following how a person could just declare that the number 2 is necessary.
You believe in?
How would you argue that without polling me about what world I'm imagining?
You believe in length and width, right?
Yeah, here, sure. But maybe I'm imagining a world where there's length but no width. I don't know.
That's.
You could. I mean, that would be like a one-dimensional.
The world has been
dimensional universe, right?
Okay, I mean, I just can't not have like the number 2 or just any numbers. And to say that we can, synthesize a coherent world, a possible world, I'm not sure how that could be done. Like, how can you like conceive of a world where there isn't any math that you could use? Or
okay,
no,
I got to catch him right when he says that, because everything you just said, I'm Didi, and I'm going to say to you, how can you conceive of a world without the Christian God? I mean, that just doesn't make sense. Like, how could you do anything
earlier, I mentioned one earlier, though.
What was that? Just the one without God? Just like I said, without 2.
I can't imagine the Christian God existing in a world where bunnies are being tortured for all of their lives. And
Yeah,
that's
but
that world. Let me try it this way, Joe. Like, I mean, imagine a world where there's one number. Okay, it's a straight line. It's called ticky mark. Okay, when people count things, they count it by ticky marks. So if in our world you'd pull 2 loonies, what do Americans, just $2 out of your pocket there, and you can say like, hey, look, I have $2. And in this world, you say, hey, I have ticky mark dollars. If you have 3, it would be ticky mark, ticky mark, ticky mark. There would be no constant past 2. You'd refer to everything as the multiples of the 1, but there would never be a click.
How many tiki marks would represent 2 in our world?
Tiki mark, tiki mark.
Tiki mark, tiki mark.
So you don't think that you think that another world that would have blah and blah as their numbers instead, that would also represent the number 2.
Okay, so in that case, what you're saying is that you're not just talking about the number 2. You're talking about like I can
imagine worlds where people just call the numbers different.
If the modal logic you are in is also being applied to a system which can express piano arithmetic, then the 2 and 2 equals 4 is necessary by the necessitation axiom, which is n, right? If P is a theorem of any system invoking n, then necessary P is a theorem, and all axioms fall from themselves by identity. P implies P. So axioms would also be theorems, I guess. And so all like you guys are talking about, like, in the world they're using this system of counting. It's like, yes, but that's irrelevant to the logic which you're talking about the world in. According to the logical system where these possible worlds are being invoked, the laws, if that logical system is capable of talking about math, then 2 + 2 = 4 is a necessary truth by the axioms of modal logic. It's just how it works.
You can prove that. But that's provable.
I'm just up on the side. The necessitation rule. If P is a theorem of any system invoking n, and n is the thing that uses this axiom, then necessary P is likewise a theorem.
See what happened here? I think we're floundering, and Joe, you're very good at this stuff, but I think you're floundering trying to explain this to me. What Frank just said is very, very smart. I didn't understand it.
So Frank has to be wrong then.
No, I'm saying that
that's what Darwin says.
This doesn't work. Oh, yeah. Okay, yes, that's what you're right. Yeah, I see what you mean. That's the problem. That's what I'm getting at.
You don't think that? Okay, your issue is you don't think this is going to work against Darwin.
Well, I mean, we always have to. There's always 2 steps to it. We need to understand these issues because that's fun. I like learning this stuff, and I'm telling you right now, I'm not getting it because I can just plain out say to you, I don't believe in 2, and not just the numeral 2, but the essence of 2-ness. And you're going to flounder to try to convince me.
Are you talking about the concept?
I don't care if you believe in the essence of the axioms of piano arithmetic. You don't need to believe in it. It's in the logic you are using.
Yeah, and I will flatly declare that bananas are necessary. I cannot envision a world without bananas.
Then you're using a different logic than I am, and we can't talk with each other.
I don't know.
Well, that may be the problem, either with me or with Dee. But I'm saying
what razor are you using to differentiate between what is necessary and what's not? If you're going to arbitrarily,
I'm pulling it out of my ass because I don't know what I'm doing. I'm trying to simulate. This is what I mean when you talk to a presupper and they just declare that God is necessary.
That's they pull out their ass.
In their view, it's their belief. It's part of their worldview that God is necessary. So when you ask them to demonstrate that God is necessary, well, God is necessary. Look at what I typed when I saw the title of this Hangout. Look at what I typed. What the hell is that? Look at what I typed right underneath it. I typed, there's an easy proof for it, right? Like, step 1, assume that God is necessary. Step 2, conclude that God is necessary. Boom, done.
That's why can't I just say assume that atheism is necessary?
Assume that bananas are necessary. Conclude that bananas are necessary. Because what we need is a rigorous definition to determine what is necessary, logically necessary, what is not logically necessary. Where is that razor edge? And show me that the number that the definition of logical.
I would say that.
Put it in the side chat, and I don't understand it.
Hold on, I couldn't hear.
Total semantics.
I couldn't hear.
I gotta look at
more
logic.
intelligent design.
But could we say that a world that is logically impossible is a world that is constructed from premises that are sound, that where the conclusion doesn't follow deductively? I mean, if you have a deductive argument and your premises are good, and the conclusion in a world for some reason doesn't follow the logical world, that can't be.
Wait, Mr. Intelligent Design is here.
That.
Yeah, we're getting nowhere. I recommend we table the matter to the next meeting. Like, I hate to be the naysayer here.
Well, the thing
Edgar,
about it is,
so, you know
what I mean?
Edgar. If Edgar's
he's
life is joyous.
he's okay.
I understand what Joe's saying now. I understand what Hogtie's saying now, and I was really confused at the start of this conversation. I'm going to admit that, and I kind of get it to like both your points now. But yeah, like Hogtie, I understand what you're saying. It's like, you know, how would we, like, what would be the test of necessity? You know, like, how would one actually come to the conclusion that something is necessary in all possible worlds?
And when they declare something's necessary, how are they wrong? When they declare their Christian God is necessary, how are they wrong in that declaration?
Mm-hmm. I think that a lot of times when they talk about how their God is necessary, they talk about how their God is necessary within the framework that they're already using, because it makes sense and starts. Yeah, but
it's totally different.
I know. I know it's a different claim.
Necessity is framework independent. I keep interrupting you, but that's silly. How can something be necessary within a framework? Necessary is necessary.
Well, I believe that. You can have a framework of something that's necessary based upon the rules that you give to that framework, but I don't see the point of doing something like that.
If it's grounded.
Well, it may necessarily follow from your beliefs, right? There's some
but it doesn't make it
necessary. If I believe that all swans are white, right? Then it's necessary. The next one is necessary. Logic. The necessary conclusion is the next one I see is white, but it is not logically necessary, modally necessary.
Yes. And I see your difference there. That's
belief in every system. Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's the point I kind of made earlier, though. That's back to the same kind of argument I was making, that it doesn't follow modally. That there doesn't have to be possible world in every possible world. I don't see that argument. I don't. How do you make that argument?
Well, one might try to say something. Never mind. Presuppositionalists wouldn't do it. So,
in every possible world, a cause has a causer. That's the problem.
Yeah, the question is whether or not causation can be deflated to something like laws of physics, and whether or not they can be deflated to something like a history.
That's what they mean by
every design has a designer. It's just, I don't know. They don't do anything for me. Yes, if it's a design, sure, they could be a designer. We'll call it nature designer. Okay, so what? But it does. I don't like these aphorisms. They just seem so trivial to me.
It's a priori argument, and like I said, I hate a priori arguments.
Again, a priori is not really an argument. A priori is something you take axiomatically, not based upon your observations or your experience. Right?
That's my point.
Anybody want to say hi to Edgar? Because Edgar's here and he's
What's up, Edgar?
What's up?
Edgar, what time is it for you over
Hello,
there?
how are you?
Jesus Christ, Edgar, why are you still awake?
Save us, Edgar. We're not making sense here.
Wait, what?
Well, I'm just listening. I'm just listening at your conversation, and I found out that I think I think Joe was the one who are opening the topic of good and evil. If there's a God, for example, a Christian God, why there's a good and evil, something like that.
Why are there rape dungeons if there's a good God?
Well,
what's the problem there?
Why can't there be a bad God?
Define good.
Is it consistent?
Well,
why is there good things that happen?
Well, if you're going to ask that question, actually is a question of an opposite. You know, I have told you that I discovered the real intelligence, and intelligence always talk about opposites. For example, there's a problem, there's a solution. It's one example of opposite. So if you're going to talk about good and evil, or evil and good, that things also are called opposite. And you know, whenever there's an opposite in the topic of origins or in natural phenomena, especially when you would like to compare two things in a system of an opposite, I think the best way to explain for that is intelligence. You know, if you're going to read the Bible, I know that you know that the Bible said that before God asked the Adam and Eve for a test, the Bible already told that the Garden of Eden is like heaven, meaning there is no evil, right? So in other words, on that time, the natural phenomena on the Garden of Eden is good. There is no evil. But do you know that the Bible is so clear that God had planted a tree of knowledge? When you say knowledge, you're talking about intelligence. So God is asking the two.
Oh, it's anonymous. They're two different, utterly different things.
Can I continue?
I'm sorry,
so God is asking the Adam and Eve.
And why is there good?
Well,
yeah.
Basically,
I'm kind of curious. Why is intelligent knowledge?
Yeah, that's I'm asking you. The reason why there's good and there's good, because that's the nature. The nature of the Creator that we know, the Christian God is good. It's nature.
How do you know that?
But that's what the Bible said. That's what the Bible said, that God's nature is good. That is
right. The Bible says that, but how do you know that? You're just asserting it. How do you know that what the Bible is telling you is true? What methodology of knowledge or truth are you going by to make that discernment?
Well, that's a good question. For me, I'm going to answer that based on intelligence, because you know, whenever there's an intelligence, there's an existence. Whenever there is an existence, there is always an intelligent agent. And for me, as a discoverer of intelligent design, I always point out that the cause of the universe or in existence is always an intelligent agent. And I always call that, I told you in my first discussion, my candidate is the Christian God, because only the Christian God has the opposite nature.
The tenacity to fucking drown the world in a fucking flood. I'm sorry.
How is that like what? Why are you bringing up the problem of evil out of like what?
Yeah, Nelson, can you let?
I apologize.
Thank you.
I forgot what you were saying.
Where we left off. I mean, really see your I always try to understand what our anchor is trying to say, but it's always a little lost upon me. I'm not gonna lie.
Could you repeat what you were saying? I wasn't understanding it.
Me? Okay. Can I repeat? Okay. First, I discovered the real intelligence. Okay. Second, the real intelligence predicts that if you would like to see nature, if you like to see intelligence in nature, there must always be an opposite. For example, a problem and a solution, they're opposite. And the topic of good and evil, they're also evil and good, they're opposite. So in other words,
yeah, but what prediction could you make given intelligence?
Is an opposite?
I mean, it seems like all states of affairs would be consistent.
Let him make it.
Not everything has an opposite. You ever heard of a monopole?
Yeah.
Monopoles don't have an opposite.
I made an explanation last discussion here in Steve's Hangout. I made an experiment to show the concept of intelligence, and I've shown. I don't know if you've seen that or not, but I've shown on that discussion that intelligence always acts on an opposite phenomena. I call it symmetrical phenomena. There was a good, there was an evil, or there was evil, there was good. There's problem, there's solution. That's example of whenever there's an intelligence always work on an opposite. So if you are going to use the good and evil argument for non-existence of God, I think it's wrong. Because
well, that's not what I'm doing. I'm just asking you, how can you have predictions? I'm not really sure how this opposite thing works. To be honest, your predictions have this.
Maybe I have to show you again my experiment and tell you how I derive the concept of intelligence through an experiment.
This is not good.
But I think Steve have seen that. Steve can explain that to you.
There's nothing in that experiment that I would even call an experiment. There's no hypothesis. There's no null hypothesis. It's mind-bogglingly what the hell.
Like, can you give me an
experiment
example?
Is basically dropping egg through tissue paper, saying that proves intelligence.
What?
Whatever that means.
I mean, would it not falling to the ground not prove intelligence? Would that be evidence against intelligence?
To make it short. Before I discovered the real intelligence, many people tells us that if there was a problem, 10 problem and 10 solution. I call it problem solution principle. Many people said to us that is intelligence, especially when the problem is difficult and the solution is difficult. Many people call it an intelligence. In my experiment, I said no.
The problem is that.
Hold on, Nelson. Go ahead.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Good, Joe. I'm sorry.
In my experiment, I've shown and I've proven, and I have shown that in my experiment, it's very simple that whenever it's a problem of 10 and the solution is 12 or more, that is intelligence. But a perfect 10 and 10 is not intelligence. That's what I've seen. That's what I've shown in my books, in my assignment, in my videos, in my last discussion. That is the concept of intelligence that we had to follow.
I'm not.
Can anybody repeat that back to me in a way I can even remotely try to grasp that? Because that just makes no sense to me. I don't know how to parse
whenever
that.
You have what with 10 and 10?
Yes.
Exactly. What?
Okay, I should.
If you have an experiment where you have the result having some quantity, and that quantity is 10, and then you do the experiment again, and the next time the quantity is 10, then you know that there's no intelligence behind what's making this quantity.
How about we ask it this way? What would have been a failure to that experiment?
I mean, that's what because immediately I don't understand how that would
I don't either.
Be evidence like against intelligence.
All right, so what would have been a failure, Edgar? What would have been a failure to that experiment? In other words, if you would have experimented, what would it needed to take for you to end up in a thing where you said, you know what, God, this doesn't prove it intelligence? What would have been your no?
Okay, one more, please.
Okay. You have to have what's called a null hypothesis.
Okay.
So something that, in other words, that you reject, that would be the opposite of what you would expect. Okay. So if you're saying that this experiment demonstrated intelligence, which again, I'm going to, well, for the sake of our window, just go with, because I don't know what that even means, but it demonstrates intelligence. How would the experiment result been, or what would have been a result you would have had to shown that there wasn't intelligence involved?
Oh, good question. No. Yeah. Well, if there are many in my experiment, if I have only this one I have done, if there's only one try, one try. I mean, if one try is already enough to solve a problem, I think it is not intelligence. For example, if I'm going to drop an egg to a tissue paper, it doesn't broke. It doesn't intelligence.
Finally, we're no misogyny.
So,
what happens if you use 15 sheets and you drop the egg and it didn't break? Therefore, that's not intelligent.
No intelligence, because whenever there's a failure, it is not intelligence.
No, I mean,
failure is not intelligence.
Intelligent people purposely fail things all the time. Intelligent people that we're familiar with purposely fail things.
I knew that. I knew that.
Intelligence is just—it's too vague of a concept to make these kind of predictions, to have a constrained hypothesis, because intelligent people do all manner of things.
But in my experiment, all intelligent agent always has the same criteria of any design, the same mind, the same way of thinking. My experiments tells me, for example, if you would like to build a car, if you would like to build a house, if you would like to make a cake, or if you would like to anything you would like to make, any X that you would like to make.
Those are all
they're the same. They're universal.
Those are things that we know humans make. No. We can see that. We can observe it. So we need to know, how do you objectively show that this was responsible for anything? Go ahead.
Well, not all the things that we do as human we use intelligence. No, not actually, because human has
the issue is that, again, intelligent people make crappy cars because they know that if they make this car as cheap as possible, they can make more money. Intelligent people make cakes that will kill people because they want to murder someone. Basically, what the bottom line is, you need more than just saying this thing's intelligent. You need to have some access to their intentions in order to make any type of inference.
We see humans making these things. We can observe them making these
and they do design things with what's called a design failure rate. Things, that's why really cheap stuffs only last a certain amount of time, because half the time it's either one, really shitty materials, or two, is actually designed that way to have a failure rate, an obsolescence state, so people will go out and buy another one. That's designed that way. So you can't just use this measurement of what you're thinking of what would predict what's intelligent or not, because in that system, that was the intelligent thing to do because it makes more money that way.
So how do you
have to have access to the intentions of the designer if you want. You can't just say it's intelligence. The example that Nelson brought up, look, we infer design all the time when you're doing archaeology. We go and we find arrowheads and we infer that was designed for going and hunting things. But that's because we have all sorts of avenues into the mind of other humans. What are the avenues into the mind of this intelligent designer, or of a designer of the world, that allows us to know that designer's intentions? I mean, just knowing it's intelligent it's not. You can't build off of that.
How do we objectively measure intelligent design? That's my question. Go ahead.
Well, I think the reason why you are confused about, for example, the bad design, many people are using bad design of humans, because we are confused. We are confused about the criteria of design. I told you that anybody can make X. For example, anybody can make a car. Anybody can make a cake. Anybody can make a PC. But if you're going to make a design, there are intelligent design and non-intelligent design. In my experiment, I've shown that I think I've shown it here. I have a limit. I mean, for example, if you are going to use, let's compare American made car and China made car. Okay.
Cars are human design.
Of course, we need to use that example so that we could easily understand the criteria of design that you're confused.
I'm sorry. Let me just interrupt a little bit. I'm sorry for interrupting you, but you're not answering the question. So these cars.
The question is actually.
I'm sorry. Let me just explain a little bit.
Okay, please.
These cars are we have blueprints. We have the way we know how they're designed. So this is not a good example, right? What we want to know is how to objectively understand how to distinguish between natural patterns and unnatural patterns. Do you understand?
Parents? What do parents? What
patterns?
He's saying patterns. I believe he's asking, how can you tell the difference between something that was designed and something that just arose naturally?
Yes.
Naturally. First, if you where do you want to go? Biology or astronomy?
Biology.
Tell me where do you want to go?
Biology. So show us how we would
biology.
Show us how we would look at a biological system and determine whether it was natural or designed.
Okay. In my science book, I give you one for a cell, cell. Okay. Mm-hmm. Inside the cell, DNA and RNA. Okay. Mm-hmm. If cell is not intelligently designed, if cell is naturally designed, we will never find any RNA inside the cell.
Why not?
But
what?
Good question.
Well, that wasn't a question. That was a what?
Okay.
Well, no, there's two things. I'm interested in hearing what is something that's that naturally occurred that isn't designed.
Okay. First, in my experiment about intelligence, I've seen that whenever there's an X, that X is a cell. Okay. Maybe I have to write.
Well, I'll get back. No, get back to your thing. I mean, okay. what is it about the cell?
Okay. Assuming that this is the cell. Okay. This cell is a system. Inside this system, there are two systems that help the cells functions well. And one system that we could find is DNA and RNA. The DNA doesn't transcribe, but it is like a hardware, but the RNA works for DNA. So in the intelligence design I discovered, whenever there is a 2, I've seen here 2, 1.5 or 3, the limit of intelligence, there are 2 systems that work for this system. It is always automatically designed, intelligent design, and I call it Intelland. If it predicts that if this cell is not designed intelligently, we will always find only one DNA and there will be no RNA.
Okay, wait.
That's what I found. Okay, please.
Why? Okay, first of all, why would you have a cell that doesn't have any RNA? Because RNA is basically what's read during transcription. So you have a DNA, right? It's going to be taken apart, and then you're going to have it read. It's going to be transcribed into either RNA, mRNA, or regulatory RNA, or some type of RNA. That's how transcription works.
Steve, can you imagine an intelligent thing designing cells without whatever he said, without RNA?
No, because RNA can do both transcription and transaction.
If some other thing occurs.
Well, RNA can also do transcription.
Designing a cell where you don't have to have protein synthesis.
Every theory of abiogenesis involves RNA transcription. So,
okay,
but
is there?
Can I explain?
Oh my God! Yeah, go ahead.
I'm sorry.
Okay, so in my understanding of non-intelligence and intelligence, the two system. If I am an intelligent agent and I wanted to protect the code CODE in the DNA, I will never use DNA as both a storage for code and a worker for transcription or copying. I will never do that. It will be destroyed in the process.
RNA, only RNA can do both things.
Right.
I still don't understand his argument yet. I'm just not at all seeing it. DNA, part of the process of DNA. Do you know what DNA? Do you know the central dogma of biology? How DNA codes to RNA and how RNA codes for proteins. Do you know the central dogma? Edgar?
I've read that. Okay, can you explain?
But that doesn't answer my question.
Steve, it sounds like you're actually
the central dogma basically that in a biological system, especially like eukaryotes, you have DNA, right? DNA would be translated. This would be transcribed into mRNA. mRNA leaves the nucleus and goes to a ribosome and it gets translated. Right? You have these codons, and each codon represents a specific type of amino acid.
Right.
And there will be multiple codons for the same type of amino acid. And the way these amino acids are polymerized together builds the protein that's being produced.
So
there's nothing designed about that. That's just the fact that these are chemicals that don't interact certain ways. I mean, like T interacting with A and C interacting with G, it does so because the way the molecules has these oxygen and nitrogen atoms that come off them of these terminators, that they'll have 3 or 2 hydrogen bonds. That's the only reason why they do what they do. Chemistry.
Yeah, but
I don't know why
if you're going to look.
But that's why you can't start with DNA, right?
No, I mean, if you're going to look at the cell, you will surely see that there are 2 systems, similar systems. Just DNA and RNA.
I don't know what you mean by similar systems.
Steve, can you start with DNA?
You can't. Well, you can, but like the RNA world hypothesis starts with RNA.
Exactly.
Guys,
why?
He's saying that this is designed, but you guys are just describing what he's saying is designed. Like,
but why is it designed? I don't know the argument about why it's designed.
I mean, you're saying that it's something that can only arise, dude. Well, you're saying that it's something that can only arise if it was intelligently designed. That's what we would predict. And you actually made the bolder claim that if we didn't have RNA, then it wouldn't be designed. But
right.
I don't see how that is the case.
That's what I told you. Can I explain?
Okay.
First, to make life. Okay.
I don't think you can, but you can try.
You need to see the mind of an intelligent.
DNA is too complex.
You need to see. You need to see the mind of an intelligent designer. An intelligent agent.
Can you give us one?
An intelligent agent would like to make life. Okay.
Why?
He has a purpose. He would like to make life.
Why?
So if you would like to make life, you are going to protect the code for life.
Why?
That's inside the cell.
Not want life. What does one have to do about the other? I could be an intelligent agent, and I could be like, I don't want any life in my little universe.
At this point, we're just talking about abiogenesis, right?
No, and everybody throws this word around it. And
we're talking about something more interesting.
Life from non-life. No, Christians believe in abiogenesis. They just don't want to call it that. But man, from the dust of the earth, or the creation of life, is abiogenesis. There's a lot of different types of abiogenesis. Creationism is a type of abiogenesis. They don't seem to understand that.
That's true.
Yeah, I know. The thing with abiogenesis is that there's somebody had asked in the Hangout earlier that Hawkeye was having. I think it was Dee. One of them asked for evidence that abiogenesis is correct. Well, here's the evidence: life exists.
Yep.
Life didn't exist.
Yep.
Ergo, life came from non-life at some point.
Yep.
That's deductively.
It wasn't my turn on the mic when it came up, but Steve, I wanted to say exactly the same thing. I had wanted to say exactly the same thing. They wanted proof of, give us proof that life came from non-life. I said, well, that's easy. There wasn't life, and now there is life.
Yeah, exactly.
There you go. Now, whether or not
that doesn't prove there wasn't God that did it. It just proves that yes, there was life from non-life at some point.
It doesn't prove that it did. Yeah, it doesn't prove that God had a hand in it. It doesn't prove that God didn't have a hand in it. It doesn't prove that there was a God who didn't do it. It doesn't prove there isn't a God at all. Just life came from non-life.
I think that any Christian worth their salt has to agree with that. But they want to give an explanation as that being a deity, sure, but they don't want to accept the fact that creationism is abiogenesis, period. Because God created life from non-life.
Well, you can't have DNA first. That's the point, right? You can't have DNA.
Can I explain?
The RNA world hypothesis that RNA was created before DNA, sure.
All right, so we're agreeing on that. Right?
The argument is so strange and bizarre that I don't even know where to go with it. I'm having a hard time following it. It's just always so.
No, the reason why is can I? The reason why this one is a very hard topic. Intelligence is a very hard topic because
it's just the way this thing is nonsensical. That's the problem we've always had, Edgar. I love you to death, brother. I think you're funny as hell, but you don't know shit what you're talking about, and you say things like, "Oh, well, it increases the probability above 1." Right there is just like, what?
Yeah.
What? That makes no sense to me to even coherently try to say that something has a probability of greater than 1.
The bottom line is that hey,
on that thought, Edgar, I mean, do you understand that these are problems that are not difficult for us to understand? It's that we don't think that you are making any sense because, well, you don't make any sense.
Well, the reason why
definition of RNA is an ongoing problem.
We're past the RNA thing here.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Edgar. Keeps getting interrupted.
Okay, the reason why it's very hard for you to grasp this kind of this intelligence because you have never tried. You have never made an experiment to
me. No, we did try. We tried the first couple of hangouts with you.
If you are going to compare, if you are going to rediscover if this one is true. For example, when Galileo said that the Earth revolved around the sun, nobody had believed him. Because nobody had made an experiment like Galileo.
That's not true. There were people that believed him.
So they just thought that Galileo was wrong. So we never. What I have an experiment. You can repeat that. You can repeat that, and you can apply that if it's applicable to reality or not. So
are you really comparing yourself to Galileo?
Because I haven't discovered.
You haven't really discovered anything. You have a very strange, very strange. I don't even know what to call it. It's not even a hypothesis. It's just garbage. I mean, it's just no other ways to put it.
Edgar, do you believe
the reason why this one is?
I'm sorry. Do you believe the whole cell was the first thing on Earth, or what do you believe is the first thing on Earth? What do you believe was the first thing on Earth? On Earth.
The first thing on Earth?
Go ahead.
What do you mean?
The first thing on Earth for you, 4.5 billion years ago.
He's a young Earth creationist.
First thing on Earth, the first thing, I mean, what do you think? Well, the creator. The first thing is the one who made the Earth.
Oh, Jesus.
I don't know. The Earth is too big. The Earth is too big. What the question is?
Too big to be billions of years old. That's a new one. Are you serious?
The Earth is.
How do you account for light coming from distant stars that is older than what you believe the Earth is?
Light came from older stars.
Light.
There for being in the old universe. The intelligence predicts a younger universe and Earth. Okay, because intelligence always use intelligence. It's always
right, but she's
short.
She's asking about the starlight problem. In other words, how the universe is young. how does it that light has taken 13 billion years to reach us? It means that the universe could not be younger than 13 billion years old. You get that?
Okay. Yeah, I get that.
So if the universe is okay, go ahead.
It's very simple. The speed of light is not actually a part of nature. I mean, it's our convention. We use the speed of light as our convention because it works.
It's not a convention. It's actually something that can be calculated. We can measure the speed of light. We've done it in experiments. We know what the speed of light is.
We didn't experiment, but we didn't use time on that experiment.
What?
So you think that you think the speed of light was different when it was created, when the Earth was created?
No. The speed of light is constant in vacuum. I agree.
Okay, the constant. So what is the speed of light? Can you give me an approximation in metric or standard? What is the speed of light constant?
300,000 meters per second. An estimate.
Kilometers, actually.
Yeah. So 3 million kilometers per second. Okay, so if it takes light 3 million, if it goes in 1 second, it goes 3 million kilometers.
300,000.
Right, and these
300,000 meters per second.
Yeah, 300,000. No, 3 million isn't 3 million 3 million meters. What does that come out to you? Right?
Okay.
3 times 10
okay.
If I remember correctly. I don't know. I go by standard. It's 186,232.16. That's all I remember. I hate the metric system. But anyways, so how is it if it takes light that time, it's a finite time to travel, right? That the universe can only be 7,000 years old when light wouldn't have reached us yet from those distances.
The problem in that we don't use the speed of light as a distance because we don't know how to synchronize that distance.
Light's a distance. These things are 13 billion light years away. Okay, that's a distance.
Yeah.
This is how long it takes light to get to us. 13 billion years.
Of course.
Okay? If it takes light 13 billion years to get to us, the universe has to be at least 13 billion years old.
Oh no, we're getting another slide.
I don't know why that confuses your inspirations, though.
Because
I
explained that.
Okay, so you admit the universe cannot be younger than 13 billion years old. It just cannot be. It's physically impossible. God or no God, it's physically impossible.
No, I admit.
Wait, we're getting another slide now.
Wait. I have that. I discussed that. Okay.
Sin.
It's better for us to intelligence is better.
No, I love this topic. I beat the intelligence to death because nothing you say about intelligence makes sense. Nobody gets it. It's completely just nonsensical. It's bullshit. But we can actually talk about actual science.
This one, right? You're talking this one, right? This one, right?
I'm not looking, but what is it? Let me see here.
Can you make it bigger?
He's showing a diagram of scales, of different scales.
Sure. Well, yeah, I guess so. What does that got to do with the fact that these stars are 13 billion light years away? That's a fact.
Yeah, it's a fact.
If they're 13 billion light years away, how long does it take light to reach us?
But you don't use that light. You don't like. I mean, if you're going to use the light for the age, for the date of the universe, because we have to use the clock synchronization also. Okay.
Which is what?
Because you're talking about time. In this one, we are talking about distance. Don't mix together. You are mixing together.
A bit of difference. It's simple math.
You see, you don't mix. Don't mix. Okay. First,
simple. Look at. This is a simple quantitative analysis.
Audio is breaking up.
If you have 13 billion light years away,
okay,
13 billion years to get to us. There's no other way to look at that. There's no other possible
way
to look at that, because that's what it means. That's what these things mean. 13 billion light years means it takes light 13 billion years to get to us.
But that's not a date. The way you use the date in the universe are different.
I'm not using dates. I'm using the fact that 13 billion light years means it's 13 billion light years away. I mean, it takes light 13 billion years to get to us. How does that...
Did you hear the word? Did you hear the particle entanglement? The entanglement. Did you hear that?
No.
Entanglement is. What does that got to do with what we're talking about?
No.
Did you know that?
I know what quantum entanglement is. Yes.
Quantum entanglement, right? That there are two electrons set apart.
Yes. What does that have to do with the fact that it's 13 billion light years away? It takes light 13 billion years to get to us. You're totally going off on a tangent that has nothing to do with what I'm talking about.
You didn't get it. Meaning, if in the quantum level, if an electron, two electrons, same electron, they're separated together, they make something here, the one, and it reacts.
Right, but that's not light speed. That's a totally different principle. We're not.
No, it is the distance.
No. Nobody's saying that quantum particles.
You are mixing.
You are, I assure you. Okay. Yes, quantum entanglement causes instantaneous things, but photons traveling are not quantumly entangled. A photon is emitted in its life path according to its own frame of reference. In other words, it doesn't experience the passing of time, and it hits your eye. To the photon, it's zero amount of time. To the rest of the universe, quantum entanglement or not, there is no quantum entanglement here, has a travel path.
For example, if you bring this
light years.
We're just talking about how things are described.
Okay, if you have two electrons, one electron, for example, in the Earth, and the other is in the Andromeda galaxy. From the Earth to Andromeda galaxy, if you are going to use the distance of light, is 2.5 million light years. Okay, assuming that this electron is in the Earth, and this electron is in the Andromeda galaxy, that is 2.5 million light years away. Do you think that if you are going to do something here, it will not react?
That has nothing to do with what I'm talking about, Edgar.
It does, because
nothing to do with it. Edgar, listen to me. You're talking about something completely different. First of all, to be quantum entangled, they have to be in causal relationship to each other. So at some point, those electrons came from the same. So you have to have a quantum entangled system. Things don't become quantum entangled when they're not in the same causal space. Okay, that's one of the problems with the what's called the event horizon problem.
What it sounds like is that because he thinks that quantum entanglement has something to do with distance, it therefore must also answer the problem of the speed of light, because it deals with distance. The only thing that is similar, right, of course, but the only thing that's similar about them in their description is distance. I think that's what he's confusing.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think you're exactly right.
Edgar, explain how quantum entanglement answers the issue of light being 14.5 billion years away.
Yeah,
specifically.
Exactly. Okay, I'm good. Objects. You agree these objects are billions of light years away. You agree they're 13 billion years away. So a light leaves that.
I know that.
Left that object. Okay. There's no quantum entanglement in the world that would cause that photon to get here any faster. None. It doesn't work that way. So that photon had to actually travel between that quasar or whatever to our retina. That's 13 billion light years it had to transverse. It had to go through that amount of space. Billion, because that's where the speed of light is. There's no getting around that. Seriously, there's just no getting around that. It fundamentally disproves young Earth creationism. The universe cannot, physically, impossible, logically or otherwise impossible, to be less than 13 billion years old. It's just completely impossible. Young Earth creationism is false.
Can I? The reason why you conclude that, because first you are assuming that when you measure the distance from one point to another point, you are using the same clock synchronization.
Why does that matter when you're using?
Because you are using a time.
You're way off base. Edgar.
Wait, you're using
Edgar,
a time.
think about this. Well, I'm going to walk you through this. I'm really going to walk you through this because you're so way out there. How far, if a quasar is 13 billion light years away, how far away is it?
From where?
I gave you the answer to the question.
Okay. From where? Okay. What? How
13
far?
billion light years away. How far away is it?
From where?
From us.
From the Earth to
us. Yes.
The last fucking quasar, man. The quasar that we can.
How far away is that quasar? If I said that quasar is 13 billion light years away, how
can you give me? I don't remember. Can you give me one quasar? I don't know. Sorry, I don't know.
He's asking.
Okay, listen to me carefully. From the Earth, if a quasar is 13 billion light years away, is it?
A quasar is a baby galaxy.
Yeah. Okay. It's well. Yeah. It's fine. Just call it a baby galaxy, whatever.
Sorry. This
object that's 13 billion light years away. Call it a galaxy. What's that galaxies? So light's being emitted from that galaxy.
Yeah. If you are going to use the time.
I didn't mention that time yet. That's about distance. How far away is that galaxy at 13 billion light years?
13 billion light years, of course. 13 billion light years. If you are going to use,
okay.
Yeah, okay.
So that's a distance, right? So let's imagine that distance was only a mile.
Okay.
So let's say the speed of light was 1 mile per hour. Okay.
Okay.
So if it had to go 1 mile, it would take 1 hour. Correct.
Okay.
Speaking hypothetically.
So the speed of light, right, because it's 1 mile per hour, and you go 1 mile, and the constant is c. For 1 mile per hour, it takes 1 hour to get that 1 mile, right? Because it has to traverse a certain amount of distance. So,
okay,
if the object is now 13 billion light years away, it has to travel 13 billion. Convert that to kilometers or miles, and it's a shit ton of miles. Anybody want to go convert that? Let me know. That's trillions and trillions of miles, I'm sure. So, say how long does it take for that photon to get from that object to our eye? Well, because the speed of light is basically what it takes light to travel 1 light year. If an object is 1 light year away, it takes 1 year to get to us. If it's 2 light years away, it takes 2 years to get to us. 13 billion light years means it takes 13 billion years to get to us. Simple as that.
Yeah,
Does that make sense?
I know. For you, it makes sense, but for me, because
to anybody
I don't
that
mix
has basic
time.
physics, it makes sense.
I don't mix time. I don't mix distance. I don't mix clock. There are 3 things that we have to consider in quantum level. There are clock. There are times. There are and you know you are mixing.
I'm not mixing anything.
We're mixing.
You mix everything.
Space, length, width, and height, right?
It's basic science. Look at Edgar. If I have 1 mile I need to transverse in a car, and my car has a throttle on it or limiter that only allows it to go a maximum of 1 mile per hour. Okay, that's my maximum I can go. Okay, my car sucks. It goes 1 mile per hour.
Okay.
And I have 1 mile that I need to transverse. That car to do it.
Of course, 1 mile. Yeah.
It takes an hour, correct?
Hour, yeah, an hour. Okay.
An hour, okay. Now we're not talking about really time that much because we're limited by the speed of the car. Light is a limit. Light is a speed that we cannot go faster than. So if it's 1 mile away and I'm going 1 mile per hour, it takes 1 hour. If it's 10 miles away and I'm going 1 mile per hour, it takes 10 hours. If it's a trillion miles away, it takes 10 trillion hours.
It has shape and has dimension.
But you know the reason why we are seeing a light from the distance from 30.5 from the farthest quasar is because we are assuming that the clock in there and the clock in here are the same. You know, we are confused.
Edgar, stop. What you're doing is you're confusing now. Like you're trying to bring in things like relativity. They're not applicable. Because even relativity, you still have to transverse a certain amount of travel path. Can you explain to me, if it's 1 mile going 1 mile an hour using relativity, how that matters to the calculations? It doesn't.
Well, it's 1 mile.
You can use
1 mile is
relativity.
very short.
Use your relativity to explain to me how a car going 1 mile an hour, traveling versus 1 mile, wouldn't take an hour relative to the car. How is that possible?
How can you see
Use any kind of mathematics you want. Explain to me how a car going 1 mile an hour can traverse more than a mile. Any kind of type of system you want. Go ahead.
It's impossible for 1 hour. I mean, we are talking about the universe.
Yes, very good.
Yeah, we are talking about the universe. Okay.
The difference is basic math, my friend.
We are talking about in the quantum level.
Universe or not. The level doesn't matter to a photon traveling across the universe, dude. This is what you're not understanding. It makes no difference. Just think of the photon as a car. That's the maximum amount of car you can go is a speed of light. Maximum you can go is a speed of light. You can go is a speed of light. I have told you. Well, hang on. Let me get it out. If it's 2c away, the distance of two lights, 2c, which is, you know what they said,
2c,
186,000 miles. If it takes light 1 second to get there, okay, if it's like the moon, we'll say the moon. How far? Wait. How far away is the moon? You know?
How far away from the moon? The moon is 1.3 light seconds.
Yeah, it's about 1.5 light seconds. Okay. So how long? Okay, 1.3 light seconds. Let's go with that.
Why is he mixing time with distance now?
I don't know, but let's just work with it. So I know that the moon is 1.3 light seconds away. I can calculate its distance on that, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
No,
so I know that the moon is a few 100,000 miles away, correct?
No, we use convention. You see, light second is a convention. We agree.
No, it's not a convention. Light second is a fact of what it takes light to travel in 1 second. That's not a convention. That is an observable fact.
But we agree that light second is a distance.
And it's a distance.
We use meter. Yeah, right?
Yes. A light second is a distance. The amount of distance traveled by light in 1 second. And the moon is 1.3 light. Okay, listen. The moon is, you agreed, is 1.3 light seconds away.
Yes.
Now, make that faster.
What?
I want light to be instantaneous. I want light to get here faster than 1.3 seconds, which violates general relativity. That happens that I can say, okay, well, yeah, the moon is 1.3 light seconds away, but it doesn't take 1.3 seconds to get here. How is that possible?
Well, maybe there's I don't know, maybe the gravity. Maybe the gravity of the moon, of the earth, or something block the photon of light.
Like, seriously? If the moon is 1.3 light seconds away, it takes light 1.3 seconds to get to us. Exactly the same as it would if it's billions of light years away. So billions of light years away means it takes light billions of years to get to us. Therefore, your information is wrong. It's absolutely wrong.
The reason why the reason why it is wrong. First, the reason why the starlight distance based on the old Earth creationism or old universe and old Earth. First,
it's not based upon anything but simple math.
The problem is that first we are thinking that the time is a part of nature. I mean, and the speed of light is part of nature. You know, it's our convention. Second,
it's not a convention.
We don't know about the clocks.
Show me how the light from the moon can get here any faster than 1.3 seconds. Because you'd be disproving relativity if you can do so. Because relativity says that nothing can go faster than light speed. Therefore, it takes 1.3 seconds to get to us. Now you're saying that it takes to travel faster. How?
No, I didn't say to travel faster. I mean that. I mean, what the Einstein relativity also talks about the clock. The clock, see all.
Yes, I know what the clocks are, but that's a relative frame of reference.
So we need to also check about the clock.
Yes,
if you are going to go to the Quazar.
Change, but you can't go faster than a certain. But even with the clock changing, that only slows down. It doesn't go faster. That's the problem. It's the speed of light. You don't go faster than that. You slow down, and you slow down due to two things: either gravity, speed. and anything higher than about 20% of the speed of light, you start having relativist effects. So you don't go faster than the speed of light. You just go slower.
Do you understand that, Edgar? Do you understand exactly what he just said and what the implications of that are in terms of distance?
Yeah, I understand about the distance. I understand.
The implications. That means you could slow down light to make it take longer to get somewhere faster. So the 13 billion light years is meaning that it's 13 billion light years. You can't make it go any faster. Period.
Yeah,
Violation of general relativity.
Yeah, that's the reason why the general relativity is different from Newtonian physics, because we are talking the Newtonian physics doesn't talk about, for example, if you are going to compute the distance of a velocity of a car, you can use here the simple physics. But if you're going to space, you're going to do different things. Do you know what I mean?
I don't think you listen to anything that I said.
You are mixing Newtonian's physics, and you are mixing Einstein's physics.
I'm explaining it to you very, very well, and I think I understand it better than you do, to be honest with you.
But
I haven't looked at it for a very long time. But
your example is Newtonian physics in space. You didn't use Newton physics in space.
Yeah, go ahead and use general relativity to explain to me how you can get something faster than the speed of light.
No, what I said. First, in the general, the GR said first that the light is constant. Yeah, we agree that.
No, that's not what GR says. No, it doesn't. GR says that light is the highest speed is a constant, but light can change its speed, and it also could change in a gravitational field, but it can never go faster than the higher upper bound, which is c. That's what it's saying.
Yeah.
That's your upper bound.
Yeah. Einstein also talked about the clock synchronization, right? He got a problem with it. So, but in Newton's physics, we didn't use that.
Right. But, so, okay, but do you understand that the only time you need to apply general relativity is in a gravitational field or at going about 20% of the speed of light? Other than that, you can use Newtonian physics just fine.
No, you cannot mix the two. Because they're different.
Yes, you can. Relativity is just an extension of Newtonian mechanics. I hate to break it to you, but I guarantee it.
But the applications are different.
No, they're not.
You applied here the application of Newtonian physics and Einsteinian physics
have consilience with each other. Okay, so in other words, you can't just say that Newtonian physics has nothing to do with relativity and vice versa. They're very much integral with each other. It's just that one's used for one thing and one's used for more of a general use.
That's the reason why Newton could not explain the gravity. First, we didn't know the origin of gravity. We didn't know the origin.
He did explain gravity.
No, he said that gravity is a pulling force, right?
Right, and in Newtonian physics, it is a force.
But a pulling force. But Einstein said, no, it's a pushing force.
It's not a force in relativity.
It's a force. According to Einstein, it's a push. It's push. The gravity is a push.
No. General relativity is just the opposite. It is not a force in relativity. What it is a curvature of speed.
I mean, according to Einstein, a gravity is not a pulling force, but a push. P-U-S-H.
No, Edgar, you need to take some physics courses because relativity is not a push. Relativity states.
I will show you the video. I will show you the documentary science video.
Edgar, listen to me. What relativity is stating is that when you drop something in a gravitational field, it's going to follow what's called a geodesic path, which is the shortest points on a curved space. Relativity says that an object which tends to follow its natural curved path in space-time. That's all it is. It's basically saying that it's going to take the point of lesser path of resistance, and that to us appears as actually a curve in space-time. Not a force in relativity, okay? It is a natural path formed by the curvature of space-time itself due to a mass in that curvature, resulting in a deformation of it.
Yeah, when you push
non-inertial,
there's a
force. Well, no, I'm saying inertial force. Sorry.
But let me tell you the basic. In Newtonian physics, gravity is a pulling force. That's what we're taught.
Well, it's a force, not a pushing force.
pull, okay? Gravitational pull, we call that. But the Einstein tell us that gravity is push because any object moves because it's pushed.
Pushing forces weight on the body, right?
So that look, I will show you a picture, okay? This is how we thought about gravity, right? There from the Earth, there is a concentration of gravity, and the ground. You see?
Yes, I saw. What about it?
Okay, I will show you. I
think of gravity as the lowest potential of a well. Things want to fall to the lowest potential.
We are being pushed to the Earth.
No, we're not being pushed.
We are being pushed.
That's the third thing.
Right?
You drop something in the earth.
If you are in a space,
Edgar.
If you are in a space like here, for example, there's an airplane.
Edgar, when you drop something in the Earth's gravitational field, there's nothing pushing it to the ground. Nothing. There's no force pushing. Have you ever done a free body diagram?
Yeah, pushing means you're actually adding weight.
So I just looked it up on. I just did a quick search on the internet, and apparently some other people are confused about it as well. I can't speak on the topic because I just don't know about it. But there's, on Quora, for instance, there's a UC Berkeley physics professor that says, quote, there is gravity. Sorry, let me start that over. In general relativity, there is gravity. It is the bending of space-time. In general relativity, it is not a force, as it is in Newtonian physics. In Newton's theory, modernized to include fields, mass creates a gravitational field that accelerates another mass. In GR, mass causes space-time to bend, and that it deflects the path of an object in much the same way that a force would do so. I'm sorry?
That's exactly what I was saying.
Steve, that was exactly what you were saying.
Okay, I'm sorry. I must have missed it. My bad.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was saying. Mass will cause a deformation of space-time, causing a deflection, causing a curve. Gravity is just a natural geodesic path between 2 points of that curve. That's all it is in general relativity. I mean, it's cool, and I think it'd be fascinating. But you can't make something go faster than the speed of light comes, because the shortest distance is going to be the path that light takes. You can't get any shorter distance. What you're suggesting, Edgar, is that you're able to take two paths and make them instant. You're able to make the path shorter. So if I said, what's the shortest distance between 2 points? I don't want to use a map because, I don't. Okay, don't think of it as a sphere, but on the map itself. If I said, what's the shortest distance between California and New York? It's a straight line, right? Now, yes, it's a curve because we're on a curve, but it's a straight line. I can't go any further than that, right?
Oh, God, I know that. Right? I know,
okay.
Steve, what you're trying.
So if I can't go any shorter than that, it is a certain amount of distance that we have to travel at a certain speed. If I'm going the speed of light, it has to travel that many years to get to us. Do you not get that?
Yeah, but of Einstein, we don't use Newton's and Einstein. We don't mix together, right? You are mixing together.
I'm not mixing anything, Edgar. I was reading about this when you were in grade school, my friend. This is one subject I do have. I like. I may not be heavy in it, but I have much more interest in this than I do philosophy. And when everything I just told you is spot on correct and was just validated by somebody who was just reading from Quora,
and
I assure you.
Can you see my diagram?
Yes, but there's no force being pushed down.
Wait, assuming that this circle is a massive object. Okay?
That looks like the Death Star.
Okay, massive object. Okay.
Okay.
According to Einstein, according to our science, that if there's a massive object, there's also a massive gravity, right?
Yes.
Around it. So when the gravity when the photon of light pass into this gravity, it bends.
Yes.
Right? Why?
Yes.
Because
it's all the natural path. Choose the shortest 2 points.
Yeah, because the photon of light is being pushed. I mean, it's being squeezed.
No.
It's being squeezed by the gravity here.
Edgar, stop. You're full of shit. Edgar, stop. Go take a course in general relativity. Okay, what's happening is there's a curved spaced metric. I call it a metric tensor. But the two points between the shortest distance to get from A to B is what the photon is going to take. It's like the path of least resistance. Okay, you cannot get any shorter than that path. Imagine this. Imagine you're looking at a mountain. Okay, and that mountain. Wait, listen to me. Imagine that mountain in front of you. Okay, I can either go over that mountain, okay, or I can go around the mountain. Okay, which is going to take more energy? Okay, which requires more energy?
It's, of course, inside the mountain, it takes more energy.
Going over the mountain is going to be a lot more energy because there's more path, right? It's a longer distance. You got to go up one side, you go down the other. It's a much longer distance than going around. Would you agree?
Okay, I agree.
So going around is the shortest distance to get from one side of the mountain to the other. Okay? Right?
Okay.
What light's doing is it taking that shorter path to getting around the mountain. Okay? It'll never take the longest path because that's not the point of least resistance. That's not the most energy efficient way to do it. It's always going to take the path of least resistance, right? So if the photon is going around the Earth in 2 points from A to B, that to its perspective is the shortest distance rather than going over that mountain. That's how you should think about general relativity.
Yeah, but what I'm telling you now, first, I've told you that
put a couple of marbles on a trampoline. You'll see the same thing.
Yeah, like this, right? If this is the Earth, for example, this is a massive object, and there's a photon of light here passing here, and there's a gravity here, strong gravity. It bends the light. When the light comes here, it bends.
You agree upon that, yes.
It bends the light, right?
Yes.
So in other words,
what
I'm trying to say, that space is probably a photon of light. It's my part of my science.
What? Space is a what?
Space is probably gravity, and space is probably the same.
No. Gravity is a distortion in space.
You cannot distort a photon of light if it is that photon of light. A photon of light can only distort itself. I mean,
I don't know what that means.
I mean, if you would like to distort, for example, a paper and a rock, which one is stronger? The rock, right? The harder, denser. So, photon of light passing into gravity, and this photon of light bends, meaning it's being squeezed, it's being pushed up.
No.
So the only
Edgar, sorry, man. I gotta tell you, man. That's just fucking retarded. I mean, seriously, dude. That is gotta be one of those things. That's like jungle jargon level stupid.
No, actually, so I've written here in my physics books. I told you that I discovered intelligence. I also discovered probably the origin of gravity.
Okay, well, I think that you've really lost your mind on this, Edgar, because that's really fucking dumb. Seriously.
Yeah. This is really fascinating to me, Edgar. I want to know, like, what made you think it was a good idea to write or publish books on this? I was looking at your page on Amazon. Have you ever like weighed these ideas in peer review or anything like that? Do you know people who are authoritative on these topics, and have you weighed your ideas with them?
I actually attempted 7 times peer review because I told them that I discovered the real intelligence. They rejected me.
I wonder why.
Yeah.
They got a
wait. Do you see that that's like that might be telling you something about the what you're using specifically to describe this theory that you supposedly discovered? I mean, does that tell you that it's been rejected 7 times? Does that it being rejected like tell you anything about the validity of what you're trying to put out?
It wasn't just rejected. It was bombed beyond belief,
No.
but people telling you that you don't even have a basic understanding of these topics. In other words, you have never taken a single physics course in your life, and yet you claimed to have been an engineer. You claimed to have a civil engineering degree, and then you actually said you've never taken physics. Nonsensical.
I thought.
Well, I don't believe you've ever taken physics.
Can I answer the question about peer review?
Yeah, but did you not tell us you didn't take physics?
Okay. First, I always believe in the peer review. I always believe that. That's the reason why I submitted my article. And one reviewer in behavioral science, when I submitted my original manuscript, had given me an email, a reply, and said to me that my manuscript, my topic is interesting, and provocative. And the others, they rejected me. So for me, okay, I have experiment. I have science books, and I am giving videos. So the reason why, for me, I think that the reason why those reviewers did not understand me, because my topic is intelligent, it's very difficult.
But you submitted it to a behavioral sciences publication?
Yeah.
Why? Why would you submit intelligent design to a behavioral sciences journal?
The topic is intelligence. They have to call it psychology. They have a psychology.
My question I asked you though, because you said you were going to address it and you didn't. You said you had a civil engineering degree, but then you told us you never took a physics course.
I did. I decided physics course, of course. I told you I don't remember now, because
you don't remember taking your physics courses?
Oh,
I did. God. I just remember. I don't remember because
you actually took physics courses and maths.
Of course I did.
Even though we asked you simple math questions and you didn't remotely remember your basic maths.
Yeah, I don't remember. I'm sorry. I don't remember. I told
you. Steve, if I may, I guess it sounds like you value physics quite a bit more than he does as a scientific topic.
Oh, I think physics is extremely important. Yeah. Let me ask Michael. Michael, are you pretty heavy in maths? Or let me be honest, because I'm not trying to structure you. I'm just curious. Do you know math?
Not at all. No, not at all. But I know just enough to follow you in what you're saying. And
do you know like Pythagorean's theorem? Have you heard of that?
I don't recall much about it. I remember it.
Does anybody remember Pythagorean's theorem?
90 degrees.
A squared plus B squared equals C squared, of course.
Okay. Would you think that a civil engineer would have that memorized verbatim? I mean, know that inside and out, regardless of how long they've been out of school?
I think anyone with a 5th grade education should remember that, but that's just me personally.
Granted. So, Redger, you didn't know what Pythagorean's theorem was. You didn't know what the derivative of x squared is, which is about as basic calc as you can get. There's no way you've had mathematics. There's no way. Watch this. I mean, and I hate sharpshooting, but this is basic stuff. And you claim to have a civil engineering degree, and yet we ask you, what's the square root of -1?
Square root of -1?
Yes.
Square root. It's infinity.
Yes. See my point? I mean, dude, an engineer would know instantly the square root of -1. It wouldn't be a question they would have to mull over. I mean, high school students know the square root of -1. Does anybody know? Does anybody like to say it?
It's I.
Yeah,
I. It's imaginary. It's a fundamental thing in complex mathematics, which any engineer would have to take.
Yeah, I think the more I hear you talk, Edgar, the more I think that you're like defrauding people that you speak to, and the information that you put up on Amazon is incorrect, man. I've been looking at your page, and I mean, you're really a fascinating character, but I don't believe a word coming out of your mouth.
I like him. He's funny as shit, but he's completely defrauding people. I think he's misleading people. I think he's lying to people. And I don't know why.
What is the importance of the square root of -1? What is the importance of that?
Because if you claim to have a civil engineering degree, you would know that information.
No, I mean, how does it play out though?
Because I'm explaining it. If you claim to have knowledge that you don't have, then you're clearly being deceptive to people.
Why?
Every civil engineer in the world would know.
I didn't claim. What I claim in my science book, and until now, I studied civil engineering.
Okay, but you're not.
What
no,
I
you
said
didn't.
that I
You're not
forgot.
qualified to talk on any
I
of these
forgot
topics.
all my mathematics, or I don't use them now. I don't use them now. So I don't use my whole strength, my whole knowledge, my whole mind was used for this intelligence. I focused on intelligence.
Unless you've had an aneurysm. Okay, and I'm not trying to be flippant here. Unless you've had an aneurysm or some kind of mental, physical trauma, there's no way you could be a civil engineer and not know something this basic. It is not possible.
Steve, we have meta stuff to talk about.
Well, but I think meta implies, again, this is meta because the meta is that he's lying to people. He's being deceptive to people that he doesn't have the qualifications he claims to have. I think that's important.
Listen, but you have like 10 minutes to talk about Ronnie the debate.
Well, I could get to that later. But I mean, I liked it. I mean, but people brought this to his attention. Who's going to listen to him about his religious beliefs so they don't even believe any of his secular beliefs, right? I mean, if he believes that he's a civil engineer and yet he doesn't know the first thing about civil engineering, there's a problem.
I need to go.
No,
I just need to know.
Right, Nelson.
Do you need anything from me?
Just be there on Sunday, dude.
All right,
3 o'clock Central Time, 1 o'clock Pacific, General Han Solo's channel.
All right, cool. I'll see you, bro.
Yeah. Thank you, buddy. Thank you. Oh yeah, somebody mentioned the live feed. I'll accept heavy drinker. You know, if you're a hardcore alcoholic, then maybe. But I mean, this is basic stuff, man. I mean, your biological knowledge is hard. Your math knowledge is hard, and I suck at math too. I mean, somebody asked me a math problem the other day, and it was Dragnaut actually, and I was like, "Fuck, I really should know this." And urology actually solved it, and I was like, "Fuck, I knew how to do that." And I was like, "Okay," but I just for some reason I made it complicated. It was some kind of derivative problem, and I was like, "Okay, I made it far too complex." Because I always think that the problems are going to be more complicated than they really are, but it was really, really freaking easy.
Yeah, that just like we had hashed out just the last time this motley crew got together, is when we were talking about the same exact thing, that you think probability can be any greater than 1 demonstrates it demonstrates a fundamental misunderstanding of probability.
Right.
Can I explain?
No, because you tried to
like honestly tell us what your actual education is.
Well, the reason why we are using probability greater than 1, because we don't know about intelligence.
But dude, there's no such thing. You cannot have probability greater than 1.
The ignorance of intelligence.
Oh God, he's not.
Ignorant.
Hey, Edgar, let's stop talking about probability because us three have been back and forth about this like 8 times. Why don't you tell us about your educational background?
Well, Steve,
that's what I want to know. Because
I was trying to find out from Steve.
Cannot be greater than 1.
I was trying to find out from Steve. How is the I used in layman's terms or reality?
Oh, sure. Okay. Every real number is a subset of a complex number. Okay, so a real number like 3 is a real number, which it falls on the real number line. That is a subset of the complex plane, and every number like real number 3 has a complex component to it. So 3a plus bi would be the complex numbers, but in this particular case, the I portion is times by 0, so it goes away, just left with the real root. So every real number is part of the complex plane. So I is basically the imaginary component of a real number. So when you have
how is it used in reality?
It's used mostly in rotational vectors. For example, if I have a torque wrench or something and I'm moving with respect to the x plane, I'm rotating around it like counterclockwise or clockwise, that's going to be the I component.
Why? How is it imaginary, or how does that apply?
Because it doesn't exist in the I. It doesn't exist in the actual y and x plane. It's not part of the Cartesian coordinate system. It's external to the xy plane. It doesn't exist in reality.
Do you have any more question about me?
Yeah. What's your actual?
I'm going to make a new videos again. So if you have any more question, I will hang off.
What's your actual education? Did you even get a high school diploma?
Of course, I have a high school diploma and I have a civil engineering diploma.
But not a Is that civil engineering diploma a bachelor's degree?
Yes, 5 years.
5 years, and you don't remember the square root of -1.
Oh, it's square root of -1. It's imaginary. No answer.
Well, I've already told you that now, so it's post after the fact. How about a polynomial? Do you know what a polynomial is, or binomial?
I'm still trying to find out, Steve, how you can give an imaginary, how you can use an imaginary
algebra. I've used that.
All right. Well, hang on, King.
Yeah.
I'll get back to you in a second. All right, Edgar. I know you got to go. So I would get back your degree because something is seriously wrong. I'm sure you.
Hey, Edgar. If I type my email address in the discussion chat, will you send to me those slides that you have on probability?
Yeah. Maybe we can talk and hang out or the same, like we can. Yeah, you know, my probability is based on my experiment or maybe on reality.
I get it, and I don't want to hash it out again for a 9th time right now. But I just typed my email address in the group chat, and if you could send me those slides on probability, I want to take a look at it.
Okay.
Thank you, Edgar. Did you get his email?
I'm going to make a new video for my SEO. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Edgar. I enjoy having you on.
Thank you, all of you.
All right, King. So you're asking, have you ever done a quadratic equation, King? Because if you ever done a quadratic, you end up a lot of times with 2 roots, one of them imaginary, one of them real, and the imaginary root will contain there's gonna be I in it.
Yeah,
those are the roots.
No, I understand that that it's in there, but you know, if you can break it down in a more, because you used a wrench, a torque wrench, for example. Now, you said it's because it goes on a different coordinate plane.
Yeah, it's rotating around the x-axis.
Okay, trying to understand how an imaginary number plays into that, though.
Because it's the distance from the origin, with respect to the x. That position is actually a location. It's actually on the complex plane. So the position that you have of the imaginary component, that's going to be a position like 3i, 4i with respect to x from the origin, but it's just going to be not on the x-axis. It's going to be rotationally around the x-axis.
Yeah.
Hey, Steve, can I make a recommendation? King, if you want, Numberphile and Mathologer have some really good videos explaining.
Numberphile is really good.
Yeah, sure.
I have some posts on Numberphile stuff because people still can't understand that whole 1 = 0.9 repeating, and no matter how much you show them using actual math, they just don't get it. It's as bad as Jungian creationism. They are just severely hampered in their critical thinking skills because they want to believe that they're right rather than the rest of humanity.
You're saying 1 = 0.9 repeating?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. It's a fact of mathematics. It's a fact of numerous different proofs can prove that. But yeah, they are the same exact value, just expressed differently. One is a terminating decimal. One is a infinite repeating decimal. But it's no different than saying 0.5 = 1/2. It's just 2 ways of notating using a different nomenclature, the same exact value. So 0.9999 repeating or 0.9 repeating, either or, equals 1. They're exactly the same value. And anybody who's ever had real analysis or mathematics has to prove that at some point.
I guess you could say, as so long as you're counting on getting a result in using those tools, in which you're going to count a whole number and you're going to count 0.9 repeating the same as a whole number, and then yes.
It is a whole number.
However, I could see them not being equal.
But then, yeah, but you'd be wrong. I mean, they are equal. They are the same. They're both part of the Z set. They're whole numbers. They're both integers, just expressed differently. Just like 1/3 in decimal is 0.3 repeating.
Yeah.
Same exact thing. So if I have 1/3 times 3, I equal 1. If I have 0.3 repeating times 3, I have 0.999. They have to be the same thing.
So the topic, why is Christianity a necessity?
No, why is the Christian God a necessity?
Oh, why is the Christian God a necessity? I read in the
Darwin's Deity was suggesting that the Christian God is a necessity, and yet everybody that I've spoken to, including myself, doesn't see how that's reasonably logical, rational, or makes any sense.
Right. I read the description, and what was he using, or what was he implying, or what was he?
Yeah, his argument goes as follows: the Christian God exists due to the impossibility of the contrary. It's pretty fucking stupid. Yeah, I mean, he that literally has his entire ridiculous argument, and you can apply that to anything. You know.
Yeah.
My car is blue because of the impossibility to the contrary. You know.
Okay, and I guess you were trying to ask, is anyone gonna jump on that bandwagon?
Well, so far nobody's actually been able to give me a reason why Darwin's was right. Of course, because Darwin's is never right. He just throws all these weird there, and then thinks that other people are going to latch onto it like he's some kind of philosophical guru, when he probably makes more mistakes in our community than anybody, and he has a whole channel dedicated to him.
Yeah,
there's a whole channel dedicated to his goofs. That's pretty impressive.
Yeah, I guess he
goofs. There's some major goofs in there.
He could just be a troll, you know, dedicated troll.
No. He's been doing this for many years. He came from Pow Talk. He is seriously one of the most duplicitous, dishonest, disingenuous, dumb fucks I have ever had the displeasure of meeting. And yes, that's a lot of D's.
How soon until he runs for political office?
He would make a very good senator, I'm sure.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, the guy is just a piece of shit. We all know this. And he takes a hangout. He just manipulates it to the conversation that he wants to have. And then he has the same fucking questions that he always asks. And it gets boring. I mean, like Michael, if I just said, hey, Michael, how do you justify your worldview? Hey, Michael, why are you an atheist? Can you give me a justification for your epistemic framework? It's like, oh, Darwin, who gives a fuck? Go. He just wants to circle jerk people.
Yeah, I've seen a couple of
his discussion. Oh, you do know where he is?
I've seen a couple of the videos after you guys directed me to the Darwin's Greatest Hits channel, and they're pretty cool.
Isn't that great?
Yeah, that's awesome.
Did you watch the one that Darwin's did? Greatest Hits did on the with the Walking Dead intro?
No.
Oh,
no,
my
I'm looking
God,
for it right now.
That's a good
fucking
one.
Brilliant. Oh, what's the name of it? It's not called Walking Dead intro. It's a little promo for the Great Debate community. It's fucking amazing.
Is it like 45 seconds long? It says the Walking Dead parody.
Yes. I'll watch that. Watch it. Just it's so fucking good.
I thought the topic was going to be more along something along the lines of, like, people will say, well, there has to be a God because otherwise it's just be chaos and total disorder.
Well, that wouldn't. But that's kind of a weird argument, because why can't there be chaos and disorder? I mean, even out of order comes, or to me, either out of chaos comes order. Chaos theory is predicated that even under the underlying mechanism of chaos, there's some kind of structured order that comes out of it. All right. Quantum fluctuations are chaotic. You know, nothing necessitates a God, because a God being necessitating means that in any modal ontological world, God has to exist. And obviously Darwin's cannot make the case for that, because we all agreed we can imagine a modal world where God is not, necessary. So it can't be a necessary condition. It just makes no sense. But he's just throwing it out there as it has to be true, and it's just absurd.
Yeah, I'd like to hear that. Is it live?
Yeah, the link is in my video description. I linked the link to Antonio's Hangout. It's near the end. And with that, though, I think I'm going to bring this to a close. I know we got a lot of people watching, but it is getting late. I think we kind of addressed the issue. So go ahead and like this video, guys. Hey, Lamed student, I'm going to get with you later on. I really do want to have a dialogue with you about atheism and why we say what we say. I know a lot of people love the YouTube mantras out there that Matt Dillahunty and other people have been saying about atheism is not a belief. And I, much as I respect them, they're absolutely wrong. In philosophy, atheism is most certainly a belief. It's a belief that God does not exist. It can be redefined in a more modern term, but in a philosophical standpoint, it is a doxastic claim. It is a negation.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you would say an agnostic person doesn't quite have a belief on the topic.
Correct. I'm agnostic. Yeah, I'm neither theist or atheist. I'm a non-theist, but I'm not.
So what is a Gnostic?
And there's different types. I don't speak for like all of them because like Hannah and Xbox or Huxley agnostics, they maintain that the knowledge of God's existence is impossible for one person to know. I don't know if I accept that. So I don't think I'm an agnostic Huxley, and I think there are possible ways and scenarios I can come up with where we can know either way. But I'm an agnostic on the question that I don't answer the question as far as the proposition. It's a I don't know position. I abstain. I don't evaluate the proposition.
Right. And I guess I was just trying to understand what the I know you got to go, but the opposite. You know, they've talked about Gnostic starting with a G, right?
Right. Well, Gnostic does mean knowledge, right? But if I say I don't know, I am making I'm saying that my knowledge is limited. That I cannot make an informed belief claim. Right? And atheism is a belief claim, just like theism is a belief claim. They're making a belief of what they think comports with reality. It's just where you change the negator.
Carnades.org has a great video on that. On
if I say,
between agnostic.
So what is the difference between agnostic and atheist then, by that definition?
They're both a non-theist position, but an atheist, again, being the rejection or the negation of theism. It's very simple. The proposition is does God or gods exist? If you say yes, you're a theist. You say no, you're an atheist. Anything else, you're something else. If you say I don't know, you're an agnostic. If you say I don't care, you're an apatheist. You say the question doesn't make any sense, you're an ichthyist or a theological cognitivist.
So when we add a to the front of the word, is that a Latin prefix?
The etymology makes no difference. As a matter of fact, the original term for atheist was actually theist. The original atheist meant without theos, without gods. It was actually referring to Christians that didn't accept the Greek gods. They were still atheist because they didn't believe the Greek gods. That's the derivation of the actual word, without theos.
Well,
we don't care what the etymology of words is. We go by the word usage. But the fact remains that the proposition, if I say, I believe God exists, you are a theist. The negation of that is where we put the negator, right? I believe God does not exist. Of theism. If I change the position of the negator is and say, I don't believe God exists, I'm not telling you what I do believe. That's a non-theist. That does not tell me anything about your actual belief. That's not the actual rejection or negation of theism, because you've moved the negator. The negator has to be either A, I believe God exists, or B, I believe God does not exist. That's the true negation. That's the dichotomy of the belief. So a lot of people, don't like that particular thing because they go on YouTube and they listen to all these, very vocal atheists. But if you listen to the philosophy of it, you find that they're wrong. I mean, it doesn't make any sense. Now, do I care? No. I mean, they could label it any way they want, but you can't go around saying atheism is this or that when it's really not. I mean, atheism is a belief claim in every philosophical sense of the word.
And how would you apply knowledge to being Gnostic?
To being agnostic?
Yeah, agnostic.
Because I don't know. I'm not making any knowledge claims. Theism and atheism are belief claims, not knowledge claims.
So you're saying they're separate?
They're separate and opposite of each other. Atheist at the same time, that'd be a contradiction.
Now, what would you call somebody who doesn't fall into the category of they think they don't know, but let's say they just think they are choosing not to address the reality of the situation? Are they agnostic?
Yeah. I mean, if you don't want to evaluate the proposition, you're agnostic. It's very, very simple. Does God exist? Yes.
Or no, what if they feel restrained? They feel they are restrained mentally from making any decision.
Well, yeah, but I mean, it doesn't really matter what your reasoning is. If you don't want to make a decision on the proposition, you could do so. It's the same thing, and I use this example a lot. If you're in a courtroom and they ask you a question and you plead the fifth, you're not saying yes or no. You're taking a different stance. You're answering the question, but you're answering it with a different position. Your position is, I'm not going to answer that question. I plead the fifth. You abstain. It doesn't count as a yes. It doesn't count as a no. It's a third position.
Yep.
Now what they are right on, like Matt Dillahunty is right on one thing, but he gets the second part of it wrong, because he gets what a dichotomy wrong. But there is a true dichotomy to be had: God exists or God does not exist. That's a true dichotomy, right? Whether you believe in God or not, that's not a true dichotomy. You can believe in God, you can not believe in God, you don't know you believe in God, you can be a lot of different things, but the actual existence, that's the dichotomy. God exists or God does not exist. But how you believe it, your beliefs can be very varied. You know, that's the difference, and that's what I think Matt has been starting to come around. I've heard from Ozzy that they've had a lot of chats on this, and I think he may be softening his views on this a little bit. So,
well, I know that your channel is dedicated to argument.
Well, yeah, I mean, and I mean that in the friendly sense of the word, sure. I mean, my channel is dedicated mostly to debunking early creationism, but I've kind of gone off of that a little bit because it's only so much I can talk about.
Well, no, it isn't.
Well, I mean, we don't have a lot of young earthers coming in that often. The ones that we do are just not the caliber I'm looking for. I really have been. I've offered, and
I think they are.
Well, I've begged, you know, like Dr. Tompkins. I mean, I'm in communication with a lot of them. I've emailed many times. I've talked to Dr. Tompkins. I've talked to Andrew Snellings. I've talked to Todd Wood. I've talked to hell, I even had an email from he's not a young earth creationist, but he's very famous. Oh my goodness, I can't remember his name. Who did I get an email from the other day? Oh my goodness, I have to think about it.
Have you even heard back from Tompkins?
Yeah, not recently, not on the stuff that we confronted him with he was complaining about Ruhif, and he said, hey Steve, he said, you know, wait on to get this, my next peer review paper out, and which by the way was not peer reviewed, and
because it was just.
And I said, okay, I'll wait for that, right? Yeah, he didn't.
I was just messing with you, Steve. I was trying to get a little argument clinic going on.
Yeah, but there's not peer review. But anyways, who was it that emailed me the other day? You guys are gonna shit. Oh yeah, Jerry Coyne.
Really?
Come on air. He says he can't participate in it, but he was very polite about it. So, but he did get back to me, so that was cool.
Steve, did you see Jade's post about the false printing of different journal materials?
The false printing of different journal materials? I don't think I did. Maybe I'll have to check.
Yeah, it was a pretty interesting link.
Well, I mean, they throw these terms around so
posting,
right?
Fake journals. And they're trying
publishing in a creation journal is not peer review. I'm sorry, it's just not. Period.
It's not.
No. I like Hogtie's little thing here. I just hear right here. Step 1: assume the Christian God is necessary. Step 2: conclude the Christian God is necessary. Boom, done. Hey, can't fault that reasoning.
It's sound and valid.
It's sound and valid. Well, that's so funny. Some of these arguments, they may be sound and valid, but that doesn't mean it's not trivial. I mean, like the whole freaking Matt Slick's arguments. Sure, it's sound, it's valid, whatever, but it's trivial. It's trivially stupid.
So when he said because the contrary proves it, what did he mean by the contrary?
No, he says he says that God has to be true because because due to the impossibility of the contrary. Well, the question then is asked, well, what makes it impossible for there to be a world where God doesn't exist?
He's saying that I guess he's saying basically that how would everything come from nothing?
Well, something from nothing has nothing to do with the existence of a deity, right? I can imagine a world where Christian deity doesn't exist. And if I can imagine a world where the Christian deity doesn't exist, it is not a necessity.
Well, I guess if it's saying that that's proof that Christian God doesn't exist, that's different than saying a God doesn't exist, meaning a God, something that's not natural to this.
Right, but Darwin's is using this as a very specific example for a Christian God. He says the Christian God is a necessity, and I think he's like way the fuck off base on that. because there's no way you can make an argument that the Christian God is a necessity. You can make it an argument that you believe that it's a necessity, maybe. I mean, it's belief, but to be a necessity, it has to hold true in all possible realities. It has to be something that cannot be anything else. If I say, okay, a square circle does not exist, that's a necessity in every possible modal world, right? You cannot have a world where there can exist a square triangle. It is a logical contradiction.
All right, I jolted awake. First off,
I loved your little step A, step B thing. That was good.
0.9 repeating 9 is 1. It's not 1 if you look at it a certain way, or could be 1 if you. Yeah, it is. It is exactly.
Well, it is a different. It's
actually really not, though, because I mean, even you can see right up front that they're not the same.
Well, that doesn't matter. 1/2 and 0.5 don't look alike, but they're exactly the same thing. One's a fraction, one's a decimal.
Yeah,
but they are exactly the same thing. See, the equal sign, first of all, means an equivalency, right? An equal sign is not what people think it means. An equal sign is not like the law of identity. The equal sign just means that one side of the equation is equal to the other side. There's equality there. There's a relationship.
Yeah, like 1 + 1 is not the same thing as 2, but 1 + 1 has the same value as 2. So yes. 0.9 one's repeating 9.
Equation. Yeah.
So 0.9 repeating 9 has exactly the same value as the number 1.
Yes.
And it's not at all contentious or even debatable, because if you were to see 0.9 repeating 9 is to have any value other than 1, like perhaps something infinitesimally smaller than 1, which most people assume it is, then all of mathematics falls apart and society collapses.
And the universe collapses under its own weight, forming a huge black hole. So we don't want that to happen.
Yeah, if you just do a YouTube search for 0.99, just put in like arbitrary number of 9s, you'll find a video by Weihart. You'll find.
I love Weihart's video on it.
Yeah.
So would you say the expression is different?
Yeah, it's a different expression. Yeah, but the value is precisely identical.
Just two names for the same thing.
Yeah, two names for the same thing. And there's so many different ways to prove it. It's like it's just ridiculous. But I think the easiest way, well, it's not the easiest way, but it's actually the thing that I like is you say, look at 1 minus 0.99 repeating. The only answer that makes sense is 0.
Yep.
Because if you say anything else, you have to be able to construct that number. So if somebody says 0.0000 ... which is a nonsensical number, you have to be able to show how that number is constructed using what's called Cauchy sequences or by Dedekind cuts. And there's just no way to do it. You cannot construct 0.000 ... because that 1 does not have a unique decimal place. Is a
what does 0.9 repeating mean to you?
An infinite decimal expansion, meaning the same value as number 1.
No, even if it's not defined that way, even if you defined it as the infinite sum of 9/10 plus 9/10 plus 9/100 plus 9/1000 plus 9/10,000, plus ...
Wouldn't it be 9/10, 99 over 100, 999 over 1,000?
No, because now you're adding almost 1 every time.
No, but what's the ... that you said?
Well, that's the series of the sequence. The sequence is going to be 0.9, 0.99, 0.999. That's the sequence.
Yeah.
But the series is 9 over 10 plus 99 over 100.
And what is the series though?
The series is 0.9, 0.09, 0.009, 0.00009.
What does a series represent? How you mean?
Series is a continuation, one number after another, we're having a relationship to the prior one.
After? You said after?
Infinite summation.
Yeah, summation. So like 9. So this is actually the summation of what 9 of 1 over 9 raised to the.
So basically, time plays a factor in this.
Negative n.
Let's see, 10 to the.
So what you're saying is that time
10 to the negative n.
You're saying time plays a role in that expression.
No, there's no time. No, there's no time when you're doing an infinite summation. There's no time.
After refers to a chronological.
Right, but but here's the thing: when you do a series, these things are actually the result. 0.99 repeating is a result of the summation of a series. It's not the progress of the series.
In your definition of it, in your definition of that expression, you refer to time, inferring that this has to occur on a.
Doesn't make any sense.
Okay, this is just random. Okay, I got to go to bed.
Yeah.
It's just random.
N equals 1, and then so under the summation has to be n equals 1 to infinity, and then it's 10. You can't use. I think that's
ask you the question.
Right? Was that x?
When you
x?
When you say
I thought infinity.
When you use the number 1, is there anything about time in there? No, it just refers to 1.
No, it's a unitless, dimensionless thing.
There you go. I thought you had infinity for some reason.
Yeah. No. Okay. Well. Yeah. What I've got. Yeah. I've got. Oh yeah. I see. Because I made my x. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. I was like infinity. I'm like, what are those infinities? That doesn't look like.
If you allow x, King, shut up. If you allow x to go from 1 for every value, all the natural numbers right through to infinity.
You don't have to tell me to shut up.
You're annoying because you're interrupting everybody and you're asking stupid questions. So the other thing.
Actually, it's not stupid. I'm just proving to you how it's not the same number, and apparently you don't want to hear it.
All right, go ahead. What's your proof that it's not the same number?
Well, you just said it yourself. 1 is unitless and it doesn't require time, whereas 0.9 repeating does.
No.
That's ridiculous. How does 0.9 repeating require time?
I guarantee you we're right on this. I mean, this is like not even debatable stuff. This is math. Math is not debatable. 0.99 repeating is the summation. If this summation right here, x equals 1 to the summation of infinity, 9 over 10 dx, equals 0.999 repeating equals 1. They're the same thing. Now, if you want to get it even more specific,
how long
I can give you the actual formula. If you want, if you wait like a minute, I can give you the actual formula, but it uses a limit. Because the definition of an infinite sequence like that is a little bit more complicated. But I actually have it somewhere. I just have to go find it.
There's actually a very tidy algebraic proof to it. If you take, let's see, so you define that value. I wonder if I should try to write this out. Okay, so
the algebraic proof, I can type it for you real quick.
Yeah. Okay. Well, let's say a. Let a be the value. 0.9 repeating 9, and then what is the value of 10 times a? Now, if you take 10a minus a, you should get 9 times a, and you will get exactly 9. So therefore, a must be exactly 1. It's true. But the reason I was alarmed and
that's the algebra.
Oh, somebody's typing inside.
Can you write that in your little WordPad thing?
Yeah, I'd like to see that.
I just typed it out for you.
All right. How do I do that? Everybody hates when you use is this one? How do I clear all this crap? Oh, here, let's go new. There's got to be a better program to use this, but all right. Yeah, so if you had, I'm going to do it as a because I said a, but if you had, so you define your value, a is, actually I'm going to do 10a up here first. So this is going to be 10 times a, and then down here we'll have a.
So a is representing a number?
Yeah, and that is going to be the thing we're talking about, the sum of all these fractions, 9/10 plus 9/100 plus 9/1000, and on and on and on. And that means that 10 times a, well, I can just move that decimal over. So 10 times a is going to be, 9 plus 9/10 plus 9/100 plus 9/1000, and on and on and on. And then therefore, 10 minus a will be 9a. And conveniently,
hold on, I think there's a step right there where or you kind of lost me. I don't see how that's logically making sense.
Which part?
Well, let's get it on camera first, and then we'll explain it to you. But I also typed in the group chat there the calculus version using limits of a sequence.
Yeah.
And then why you have the same. But this is the algebraic proof that actually Euler used himself to demonstrate that 9.99 repeating equals 10.
It's a very simple one because I'm saying so we've got a. Let's do the middle line first. A equals 0.999.
It's how to convert any decimal into a fraction, or to a fraction into a decimal. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and then if I wanted to, okay. Anyway, so I just wrote above that 10 times a equals this same number, but with the decimal moved over a spot, so I can represent that as 9.99999. Now, how do I do this subtraction?
10. Why didn't you just write 10?
Because I felt like it. Why didn't I do what? Sorry.
Why didn't you just write 10?
Because I wanted to get, this is a on this side, and I want to get 10 times a over here. So I have to use this representation, The right-hand side represents.
What makes you think 9.999 repeating is equal to 10 times 0.999?
Okay, I think you're misunderstanding here, King.
Anytime you multiply by 10, you can move the decimal over, right?
Right, exactly. So look at the second line, right, which should have been the first line, but look at the second line. A equals 0.99 repeating. You times each side by 10, you get 10A, and you move the decimal place over 1. What do you get? 9.999 repeating.
And then you just subtract the bottom equation from the top equation.
Yeah, and conveniently, this is going to be 9/10 minus 9/10 is going to be, so I've got 0/10 and 0/100 and 0 whatevers and 0 forever.
9, you get A equals 1.
Yeah, so 9A equals 9, so therefore A equals 1.
Yeah, this is not contentious. This is actual, just basic.
Now say again the bottom line. How did you come with that line?
I subtracted the first line from the, so I subtracted the second line from the first line.
Subtract both sides of the equal sign.
Yeah, I'm giving you the fast version. If you look, there's lots of videos that do this. You look at Vihart, or I don't know if
I think it's Singing Banana.
Oh, Singing Banana. Okay.
It's creative. I'll give you that. It's clever, but it's not much.
It's not clever. It's actual maths that you learn in mathematics, in calculus.
Proof to me, actually, because it's predicated on the fact that you believe 0.9 repeating is the same as.
No. Well, I could be in a brain in a jar, so we don't really know anything.
It's not predicated on anything but actual mathematical axioms. And again, I typed in this live feed there, in the group chat. The definition of a repeating decimal is defined to be, and I mean equal is actually defined in mathematics to be the limit k is approaching infinity, summation 9 times 10 raised to the n equals 1 to k. That's the definition of a limited sequence. 9.99 repeating is equal to that. Okay, so limit k as it approaches infinity, summation n divided by 10 raised to the n equals 1 to k equals 1. If both of them equal 1, they both have the same value, and both of those limits of a sequence equal 1 and 0.9 repeating simultaneously. Therefore, 1 has to equal 0.9 repeating. They're the same frickin' thing. And conceptually, the people that don't want to understand this are people that don't want to do well in mathematics, because they rather argue about it rather than go, well, shit, maybe I just don't have the mathematical background to understand this yet.
Yeah, it's a good example of convergent proofs, because it doesn't matter. There's also a geometric explanation of it where you can use triangles and there's beautiful ones. So it's one of those things that it doesn't matter which approach you use. Analytically, you always end up with that same result. 0.99 repeating 9 has to be 1. If it's anything else, and it's not like, like there's a legal argument that says, well, it's probably better if people have the freedom to do this, and then somebody else has a legal argument that says, but if you look at it this way, it's probably better they don't have that freedom. In this case, there simply are no proofs or arguments that say that 0.99 repeating 9 should be anything other than 1.
But there's also no proof that 0.99 repeating exists anywhere in reality. So it could.
Yes, it's a real number,
and it could be a brain in a jar. So
that makes sense. A real number,
figment of your imagination.
As is the number 1.
I think he's just going into like La La Land now and being contrarian.
that's why I went with the shut up, because I wanted to make my other point. I mean, the number 1's a total fiction too, so it doesn't really matter. But you did say, and I'm going to chalk it up to when you say, oh, so what an argument sound, oh, so what it's valid, and then after that you mentioned Matt Slick's argument, which I will summarize unfairly as if God is real, God is real. God is real, therefore God's real, right? However you want to word it, right?
Well, how's that anything? God is a necessity due to the contradiction to the opposite.
No, that's the second one. When you were talking about these things being trivially valid, when you said that, also what? Who cares if it's valid and it's sound? It's trivial. And I think you accidentally attach that label to Matt Slick's argument. Matt Slick's argument is a begging the question fallacy. It is technically valid, but trivially so. But it is not sound. To say that it would be sound is to say that it's valid and the premises are true. Well, one of the premises is that God exists, right?
Yeah, and because that's a premise that it doesn't have to be the case.
He would say that it's a sound argument because in his view the premises are true, but who gives a shit?
Yeah, no, I agree. It's trivially valid, but of course I don't think it's sound because I don't accept the premises.
Yeah, and then the second thing was you were saying that in the context of the thing tonight with Darwin's Deity, and he's echoing the crap he learned off of his Seitan Brukengate DVDs, where when you're asked the question, so where this comes from, when they say, well, due to the impossibility of the contrary, where that phrase comes from, Bergenkate, I don't know if he actually started it, but he certainly popularized it. So he makes an argument one of the premises of his argument is that the Christian God is necessary. And it can mean a few different things, like the Christian God is necessary for certain things to take place, like Christian God is necessary for rationality or whatever else. Or they'll even say like the Christian God is modally necessary, like logically necessary. You simply cannot envision a world in which the Christian God doesn't exist. It doesn't even make sense to think of a world where the Christian God doesn't exist. So people will put him to the proof of that. They will say, well, what is your proof to support that premise that the Christian God is necessarily true? And his response is to say, due to the impossibility of the contrary. And it's a bizarre phrase because it is literally a restatement of the premise. It would be like if I was trying to convince you that A is true, some premise A is true, and you said, well, prove to me that A is true. And I said, well, not A. Right? It's simply a restatement of the same thing. It's not a derivation in any way.
Darwin's Greatest Hits made a brilliant thing on that when he said, I don't remember exactly what he said, so I'm just going to go by the type of things he said, but let's say my car is blue, or 1 + 1 = 3. 1 + 1 doesn't equal 3, therefore my car is blue.
Oh, no, yeah, it was actually in that one. He said either,
those lines.
Yeah, he actually said, use the God exists thing in there, either God exists or, I can't remember. Yeah, it's that exactly. Yeah, he actually used the God exists.
God exists. Either God exists or God exists or 1 + 1 = 3. 1 + 1 doesn't equal 3, ergo God exists.
Yeah, well, in this case, it was even more egregious because this line that happens in conversation when you say, well, prove to me that the Christian God is necessary, like support that premise, and then they say, well, that is true because of the impossibility of the contrary. Well, to say that something is necessary is literally to say that it is not logically possible for that thing to not exist. So as soon as you say, well, prove to me that it's this necessary, demonstrate, give me an argument that shows that the Christian God is necessary. As soon as you say, well, due to the impossibility of the contrary, you're just simply restating your claim that it would be impossible for him to not exist. It is not in any way a derivation or demonstration of anything. It's just repeating the claim.
Well, like you said, it's the Psi 10 version of philosophy, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, I mean, what's the difference if I said, hey, Hogtie, the Christian God is impossible to exist, and I ask you say that, and I ask you, hey, Hogtie, why is that true? And you say, because of the impossibility of the contrary. It doesn't really tell me anything.
Yeah, and it's funny.
You believe that it is actually impossible for the Christian God, and I believe only a limited amount. I believe there's certain versions that I believe are impossible.
Yeah, well, no, that's what I believe, is that there are only certain versions. I mean, any arbitrary number of imaginable, like impossible gods. Like, for example, the God that invented six-legged horses. In a world where there are no six-legged horses, you can't believe in that.
How do you know there's not six-legged? Have you been everywhere? Have you looked for a six-legged horse?
Yeah.
And I'm sure there's been horses that have 6 legs.
Yeah. Well, it's funny because when I heard you guys discussing the agnostic atheist thing, whatever, I've before taken the position, I'll say, well, I'm agnostic with regard to the claim about there being gods. That is, I can't take the position that there are no gods, nowhere, no how, no when. There's just never been gods. That's not the position I take. But I do take the position that the Christian God, or specifically the one that the evangelicals describe, that one is not true. And literally, it is literally impossible for that God to exist.
But why not? Why? I mean, if you're just making a belief claim, right? You're not making a knowledge claim. Why can't you say, I have a tentative belief that there are no gods or gods. Period. I mean, that's a belief. You could be wrong on that because it's a belief claim. It's not a knowledge claim. It doesn't have to be.
No. Well, on the first thing, yeah, no, I'm with you there. Like if you asked me, like if you said, hey, Hogtie, are you willing to stick your neck out there and assert that there are no gods? It's just a metaphysical impossibility that there could be any gods in any conceivable universe. Well, of course, I'm not going to go that far. Maybe there's such a thing that would qualify. The specific claim I'm making, where I say we can know for a fact that the God that's described to us by evangelicals, that God cannot exist. It's literally a logical impossibility. And like I say, if they described their God as the one that invented all these six-legged horses, and you say, well, in this world where there's no six-legged horses, that's a bad example because it's not logically impossible then, because it would be possible have a universe where there's the God who invented the six-legged horses, and there would be six-legged horses in that universe. So in that case, it wouldn't be logically impossible. But in our world, where their claim is that they believe in the God that wrote the literal and inerrant Bible, and we don't live in a world where anyone has written a literal and inerrant Bible. Right, so you may as well tell me that he invented six-legged horses. I know that God doesn't exist either.
Yeah, I don't think the Bible is inerrant. That's for damn sure. Yeah. But I still think that you could be fine and say, hey, as of right now, you believe there are no gods and gods across the board in any conditions. However, you're willing to entertain evidence to convince you otherwise, to change your belief. I still think that you're an atheist in that regard. You know?
Yeah, or the God who never changes. Actually, maybe more specifically, the God who never changes his character. So they're describing a God who has unchanging character and is the clear author of an inerrant Bible that accurately describes his character. And when you read that Bible and you see wildly erratic character from book to book,
God is quite mercurial, huh?
This is the God of square circles. This is the God of married, the God of married bachelors.
Yeah, I mean, the mercurial nature of God. He's prone to, in the Christian version, to various strange things. I mean, he could be swayed by this or that, and he'll do this if that. I don't think anybody could predict what God was going to do in anything, because he was so all over the place and what his nature was. I mean, he's loving, he's spiteful, he's vengeful, he's hateful. I don't know what to make of it. You know, they seem to be, you know, this God is so many different attributes, right? I mean, it's just they be conflicting attributes too.
Yeah.
And then you have to go through the arduous process of parsing out which parts of the Bible they mean as literal and inerrant rather than just prophecy, and that just gets to be a boring exercise. Oh,
it does. Well, and that's why I find that the youngest creationists, to me, are the most weakest of the Christians. I think they arbitrarily just want to choose what they want to believe out of it as being literal, and what's supposed they don't. And then when confronted with the actual evidence, like for example, I mean, we were not talking that much past Edgar, but at the same time, we were talking epically past him, and I don't understand how that is. I mean, we were being so basic that, look, if an object is this far away and your threshold of your speed is limited by a value such as c, you know, 1c. So if we're 1 light years away, it takes 1c to get to us, which is 1 year. It's not that confusing. And for him, it's just mind-bogglingly just doesn't get it.
You know what?
Like jungle jargon.
Yeah, oh, it's like jungle jargon. In jungle jargon, to not know math, you're like, well, that's jungle jargon. But this Edgar, I kind of thought, okay, just because you're an engineer doesn't mean you're a scientist, right? But you got to know something to be an engineer. And then now I heard that part tonight where, like, he doesn't know the square root of -1, or he doesn't know.
I mean, come on, don't you think that's pretty basic?
Oh yeah, no, that's impossible to not know that. I mean, that's high school. That's
not, I think I knew that in grade school, probably.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Just don't ask me about JK and those motherfucking things. I fucking hate those things.
The first derivative of x squared was
A times J, and why is J used in electronics as I? Actually, I know the reason for that, but because I was using reductance. But it's when you use those weird split octonian methods. Oh my god, those matrices! I hate that shit.
Yeah. The J's actually spread out to other fields. A lot of modern mathematicians use J instead of iota, which I find a little nice.
Yeah, unless you're an electrician, because like I said, I understand that because it's I means other things like impedance or current, but I just so I is imaginary, right? But I try to explain to him, you know, what a real number was, and a real number is a subset of the complex plane. And I actually had that discussion with this guy that claimed to be a computer engineer who also claimed that 1.1 did not equal 0.9 repeating, and yet everybody was on his shit.
But he might be right in that context.
He was so wrong. So wrong.
Yeah.
And but one of the things he also claimed otherwise was that real numbers weren't a subset of the complex. And I'm like, well, the fuck they're not. all real numbers have a complex complex to them. It's just it goes away because it's zero on the imaginary part. It doesn't mean they're an imaginary. It just means they're complex. So all real numbers are complex.
Well, yours was a pretty heady math, which is funny because it's got applications, and you got to know this if you work with it. But floating point systems, and I remember trying to explain to a guy, he's got a PhD, trying to explain to him like how the numbers, the way they're represented in computers, that it's like Swiss cheese. There's holes in it. No, it's not really like Swiss cheese. It's more like mosquito netting, where numbers only exist at particular points, and there's actually bigger gaps between the numbers you have available to you. And here's the weird thing about it. It's actually possible when you do addition, and this is something, unless you've taken abstract algebra, this will blow your fucking mind. Right? With abstract algebra, you ask yourself questions about whether or not a set is closed. If you have a set of objects and you add, A plus B, is the resultant sum A plus B going to be within the set, or is it not going to be defined within that set? And of course, with addition, you're like, well, of course, like, if you add 4 plus 3, you're going to get 7. Well, that's just another number. It's not like you can add, 4 plus 3 and end up with donut, right? I mean, you always get
saying
another.
If the set is closed under addition.
Yeah, under the operation. Yeah, that's what I mean, under the operation.
Under the operation addition. Right.
And floating point numbers are not closed under the operation. There's a lot of floating point additions you can do that you land in one of the holes. And the way the system works, it just goes to the closest sort of strut beside the hole. And I tried to explain this to him. Well, I should have mentioned to the guy's a PhD, but it's in political science. And I gave up after a while.
Well, I mean, isn't that kind of saying the same way with remember their old random numbers? They didn't actually do RNG. They actually just used a Newtonian method to do an approximation to come up with some value based on a seed value. But what you're saying is the floating point will come up with something that's not actually in the closed set, but we'll make it so because it has to be in order for the computer to continue.
Oh yeah, well otherwise they get blue smoke out of the computer, right? It's not like that. But yeah, you run into these weird things like there's a classic example of if you take like something divided by 3, and then you subtract. I don't know. You end up getting this weird. I can't remember the example. There's some classical examples, but like you can take a number. Multiply it by a number, and then subtract your original number, and then I can't remember what it is. And then you end up, instead of just by algebra, you're going to get exactly 1 or exactly 0 or something, but you end up getting 0.999, and it's just like, what the hell? Like, but it's of course people don't notice it as much anymore because a lot of software, even Excel, like even your crappy desktop Excel, has 32-bit floating point notation. Mm-hmm. And you're hard pressed. I mean, you can do it if you're in Excel and you use high exponent numbers, like take 10 to the 14th power, subtract 1, and then divide it by 10 to the 14th power. Help me out with an example of this.
Oh, I would have gone to my spreadsheet and play around with it.
Yeah. I've done it before just to figure out what the limit of it is. Actually, when I did it, I didn't put in what the exponent was. I had it referred to a cell. I put in like 6. So I'm taking like 1,000,000. If you take 1,000,000 and you add 1 to it, and then you divide it by 1,000,000, and then subtract 1, and then multiply it by 1,000,000, you should get 1. But if you change where you have 6, so you don't put in 1,000,000, you put 10 to the, and then whatever cell E1, and in cell E1 you put a 6. So it's 10 to the E1, plus 1, and then take that result, and divide it by 10 to the whatever's in E1, and then subtract 1 from that, and then multiply it by 10 to the whatever's in cell E1. If you have a 6 in E1, then it's working with 1,000,000, plus and minus 1 and all that shit. But then you put in 9, well, then it's doing it in the billions, and it'll always work fine until you get up to like, you put a 14 in the box. Anything over that number, it just explodes, and you get some weird number instead. Yeah, but it's because you're taking a number that's like 1 and then a whole bunch of zeros, and then you're adding or subtracting 1, so those 2 1s are so far apart that they don't get represented properly in floating point.
Man on the number?
No, it just gives you like where the result should be 1, you end up getting a slightly different number than 1.
Oh.
Yeah. This is a problem.
I'm much looking at that more.
Yeah. This is a problem sometimes for some of the parametric solutions you do in the UTM system, like when you do coordinates. And it depends where you are in the world too. Like I'm 6 million meters away from the equator. And when you have to do some operations, you're in like some exponents are up to the third power of something. So you end up getting these really big numbers, but you're looking at millimeters. And so you have to, we'll be making the most boring hangout in the world, because I was going to say, you have to normalize your data matrix.
I'm still paying attention. I don't know why, even though I was about to end it.
Yeah.
So
you have to know.
I mean,
well, this is my advice.
I'm not a big fan of parametric equations. I remember doing them, of course. I really didn't like the whole pi unit square thing. I got it. I understood it. I was able to do it, regurgitate it out. But parametrics now it just doesn't really interest me.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if it interests anyone, but for those it does interest, normalize your data matrix. Normalize your data matrix.
Oh, always normalize your data matrix. Create it all to one.
I'm not telling you how to live your lives. It's not like I'm telling you that you shouldn't put your. I was going to make another analingus reference. So, by the way, so here, that what's his name? Trust in Jesus has popped over to that thread I started yesterday, or this morning rather, about.
I can't go back around.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, he's popped into that thing to say, I don't care what you guys say, it's a perversion, and he's on about analingus and.
I'm telling you, he's a strange guy.
Yeah, that's the type that whether I don't think it's fair to say that evangelicalism made him that way, but it certainly attracts that type, that hateful, mean-spirited.
They all seem to be that way. I'm telling you right here and now, they all have the same type. I mean, even Antonio, which by the way, his hangouts are getting better, and I actually been listening to him. But Antonio and G-Man and Veckel and that guy Hilarious, I think they all have the same fundamental flaws in their character. I mean, to me, none of them seems like upstanding character people. I don't think any of them care about the truth. I don't think any of them, and Darwin's, can't forget Darwin's, are trustworthy. I think that none of them give a shit about honesty. But it's weird. I mean, I can't really come up with a single word that describes all the personality types, but it's very, very similar. They're all, just to me, very dishonest.
And are they that way all the time, or is that just their online personality?
Well, their online personality. I mean, I don't know who they are in real life, but I mean, they all come across. Well, look at their arguments. What's that?
He just posted to that. I went back to check that thread, and he's fighting a good fight in there, and he just posted a link to a bunch of stuff about gay sex, and it's just cut. It's cut with like pictures of men kissing each other, and there's some bum stuff.
I mean, maybe he likes a little homoeroticism.
That's what people are. Oh my god. Oh my god. You know what? If I were to screen share the video that he linked in that discussion, your channel could be flagged.
Well, like I said, maybe he's maybe he's gay. I mean, people that are that usually against something are and I know this is ubiquitous. And I've seen it happen though. I've seen it happen numerous times that people that are that much against something usually have tendencies. And again, I don't give a fuck, right? I'm like the most liberal person in the world when it comes to the homosexuals. By my God, do what you got to do, man. I don't care. I'm not fascinated by it. I don't like seeing two guys kiss even on TV. It just, I don't know. It bothers me. But that's my own personal thing, right? I mean, I'm not. At least I'm aware of it, right? But I'm not saying they can't do it. I don't care. It's just I don't find it attractive.
Did you ever see that bit that what's his name, Louis C.K. does, where he talks about like he was with this woman one time and at a restaurant, and he saw. No, he wasn't with her. He was just there. And then this woman saw him, this look of disgust. Like he said he was doing something, that he looked up and he saw two men kissing, and he was like, ooh, and he looked away. And she was just like, oh, you're such a bigot. And he's like, no, I wasn't ready for it. I don't want to read, I mean, his bit, the way his delivery is so funny, but I know that thing, like when you see two guys kissing and you're like, it's not that I don't care. Like you can do that, but like, you got to be ready. Like, you can't just have that right in front of you. Like,
yeah, I mean, but it just doesn't make somebody a bigot just because they don't want to view something. If a gay person doesn't want to see a straight couple making out, then that's not a bigot. I don't think they love throwing around these pejoratives like they apply in circumstances where they just shouldn't apply. You know,
yeah.
I don't like watching two guys kiss, but that doesn't mean I'm not saying that they shouldn't, but I'm not watching it.
Well,
I have an interest. I don't watch, like slasher movies either. Am I bigoted against slasher movies? Well,
I don't know if I'm sure the gay people would be offended by that comparison, but anyway, so did you see?
No, they shouldn't be.
Well, they shouldn't be. I mean, because you're making it. You're talking about your subjective response to it, and I sort of, and they get it because it's, I know I've talked to gay men about. Because a lot of them have had sex with women, and they'll just tell you like, they're all squishy. Like, I like the squishy. What are you talking about?
Yeah, I like the being soft.
I could go for some squishy right now. So did you see the post I'm talking about where? So I reshared that one in Hangout that Antonio had, but this time it wasn't the sort of more offensive part. It was the funny part when Jesus, I trust in Jesus, was arguing that. Sexually transmitted infections can spontaneously generate.
Yeah, that's fucking hilarious.
Okay, well, he's come back to clarify the thread, right? So it's not, and of course, what I expected was he'd come in and he'd be like, well, no, you guys are totally quoting me out of context. I didn't say that like these viruses would just appear, like that's what you guys can't do. But no, he's doubled down on it. He said he is holding to his position that anal sex causes viruses to appear, including hepatitis A, hepatitis B.
Wait, he said that's not what he said. Now he's
no. Sorry, I'm sorry. Maybe because I'm tired and I was talking too fast or whatever. I expected, because again, I expected that he was going to come and go, that's not fair. You're quoting me out of context. And I'd have to say, look at the clip because that is what you said in the Hangout. He's come back and acknowledged, like in his written post, he says, no, it does. Like you guys can't prove that it doesn't. But he's clarified. Wow. He's clarified it because what's his name? Eric Peters asked him a brilliant question. I can't believe I didn't think of asking him this. It's just such a good raise. Yeah, it is Eric Peters. Asked him something along the lines of, well, then you must think that, he says, do you believe, where was it? I wish I could find it. He says something like, well, so if you're saying anal sex causes the spontaneous generation of these viruses like hepatitis A and hepatitis B and HIV and things, remember the claim being that even monogamous gay couples, because they're doing bum stuff, then these viruses just appear, even though neither of those monogamous people have the virus. It's just because they're doing this, it appears. So he says, well, then don't you think that must mean that it happens with straight people too? And his response was, no, if a man and a woman have anal sex, they don't spontaneously generate HIV or hepatitis B or any of that shit. It's only when two gay men have bum sex.
Because of curse from God?
That's a curse from God.
He is fucking delusional.
Well, he does have like one point. Men can only get proctitis, so that would be the only disease that could kind of be spread that way. Just inflammation of the prostate.
Yeah, well, proctitis is
women can't get that.
Yeah, well, I'll give you that, sure.
But RC, how does somebody get to that level of fucking just bullshittery, just mind-bogglingly stupid? I mean, at that point, you cannot consider Carlos to be a rational human being.
Just complete ignorance.
Just complete ignorance. I mean, I like to have rational conversations with people, but these people are either irrational or at least borderline. Some of them, I put in the borderline because I can at least have a conversation with them. But Carlos, I mean, for saying something like that, is just so goddamn stupid and irrational. It's literally like the same thing that they're talking about in the live feed right now with C. Brown, not to change it, but it is funny. C. Brown said something just as stupid in what I think would be the physics, because you guys know the biology better, but C. Brown literally thinks that he doubled down on this over and over again. He's not backing away. He thinks that the heavier elements, the heavier isotopes like uranium and plutonium were formed by lightning strikes. Let's think about that.
That's quite impressive.
So he thinks lightning strikes somehow. You know what? I don't even know the mechanism. He calls it. He thinks it's Z pinch because he doesn't understand what Z pinch is. And they have created heavier elements through electrical discharges controlled, but that's not going to get you to uranium. Okay, it just doesn't work that way. But he's just convinced that the early atmosphere, uranium or lightning strikes created all these heavier elements, and they just decayed to what they are now. not even remotely trying to explain, well, we have lightning today. How come we don't have, like, you know,
why is it not raining uranium?
Even scores falling from the sky, right? And he also says something incredibly stupid too. He said that these things form lightning strikes, but he also said, to a contradiction of that the heavier elements existed at the time of the Big Bang, and they've all just decayed in the elements we have now.
So basically, he wants to flip the Big Bang on its head, heavy elements first and light elements later.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
How do you find people like this, Steve?
You know what? I don't even know how we find some of these people. Well, Hogtie, I mean, he's the one that kind of really engages them more than I do. I think he has. Yeah, I don't know how you do it. I mean, I get how you. Well, I get your reasoning, right? You want to have a conversation with them, and you have to be kind of polite. But holy crap, man!
What are you talking about?
How you are able to actually just like hang in a hangout with people that concentrated a level of stupidity.
Well, that's a particular group, like flat earthers. No, just the whole group of them are stupid. Sorry, I'm just holding my thought on this Proctitis thing.
That hangout just about that you had. I mean, did anybody confront Hilarious and the fact that he lied? Of course not. But I mean,
no, of course not.
Yeah, but I mean, the fact is that he's just an ignorant person.
Yeah, I got to fix the Proctitis misinformation here too. I'd pop back in to make corrections. Women get proctitis. There's no. It's not limited to men.
Was it inflammation?
Inflammation of the posterior rectum. Mm-hmm. It's weird because you think by the name it means inflammation of the prostate, but and just another little bit of trivia. So anything that ends in that itis isn't really the name of a disease. It's actually just a redescription of the symptom. So just dermatitis,
inflammation. It just means inflammation.
Yeah, it just means inflammation. But
anatomical diagnosis.
Yeah, so often there's another word attached to something, like you might get, say, septic conjunctivitis. You know, so septic means it's bacteria caused, or infectious something itis, which means it's caused by some infectious agent, whether it's bacteria or virus or whatever.
Bacterial dermatitis would be bacteria inflammation of the skin, right?
Yeah. Correct. And then you've got proctitis. There's any number of causes for the proctitis, you know, as a symptom. And anyway, so women do get it, is my point. It's weird cool. Because of the name you wouldn't.
Here's food for thought before I go off the air, Hogtie. That
end on proctitis.
Well, no, I'm going to try
to inflammation of the rectum is going to be.
Years from now, all these people like Hilarious and Veckel and all those guys will probably be your state senators and congressmen. So just want you to think about this.
Yes. Yeah.
Making America great, Steve.
So Trump is going to actually, he's going to tap these guys one of these days. Just you watch.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I'm sorry, Hogtie, you were right. I was talking about prostatitis.
Yeah. Here you go.
Prostatitis. Yeah.
Which sounds a lot like inflammation of the which sounds like inflammation of the prostitute.
Mm-hmm.
Because I want to have a hangout the other. Oh, sorry, you guys are still talking about anal.
Proctitis is different from prostatitis.
Moving on from the inflammation. But I was just going to say, I want to have a hangout on the whole Trump congressional hearings and the tweet thing one of these days. I thought I wasn't live when that happened, but I read about it afterwards, and you guys were talking about it in a hangout, and I was holy shit. You know, I've said from the beginning, and I wanted to go on record, I never supported Trump. I just hated Hillary, right? But now that Trump's in office, I mean, yeah, he's not a very honest guy. At least he gets a lot of shit confused, to say the least. And I think he says a lot of shit off the cuff because he wants to be an entertainer, not realizing that he's a fucking president now. And he can't get away with saying all this WWF type shit and not have ramifications. I mean, him claiming that the Russians have wiretapped us or the Brits have wiretapped us and all this other shit, that's some pretty hefty fucking accusations.
Yeah. Well,
no evidence.
If you want to erode confidence in NATO, he's doing a damn good job at it. So I don't know if you've read a lot about the Russian connection and all that stuff that's being investigated now.
Well, I'm sure there's a Russian connection of some sorts. I'm sure the Russians had a hand in our politics. I'm not questioning that. But do I think the British government tapped the The Trump Tower or the White House, whatever? No.
And if they wouldn't admit it anyways.
Right, but I mean, first of all, he has no evidence to support that. None. Now, Canada, sure, Canada taps us all the time, the motherfuckers over there. But no, I'm just kidding. No, but I mean, when did you? I mean, what would you think, Hogtie, if America said, you know what, them damn Canadians, you know what they have wiretapped NASA and the FBI and the NSA and all that shit with no evidence whatsoever? I mean, wouldn't your government go, what the fuck are you talking about?
There wouldn't be. There would be no drama around it. They'd simply issue a statement clarifying, because we're one of the things about Canada, we're very big on accountability. I kind of get the sense that the transparency and accountability. So anytime somebody raises a squawk that CSIS, like our top spy agency, has done something untoward, there's an announcement explaining to Canadians what CSIS actually does, and then nobody gives a shit.
Mm.
I mean, they lost that briefcase that one time. There was a bit of drama because a guy left a briefcase in his car and someone stole it, and we had some drama over that. But really, we don't really.
That happened here with the VA information on a laptop.
Yeah, well, nobody really cared.
No, I mean, I do think that Trump has gone way overboard. I think his immigration policy has gone way overboard.
I think the whole attitude that he thinks he can do that.
I don't know where he gets the empowerment, or he thinks he gets the empowerment to do that.
Well, that's Stephen Miller. That guy's a piece of work.
Yeah,
but yeah, I think he's getting bad advice from people.
And that whole thing about, and his power will not be questioned, and like he just says these crazy things in press interviews. He says these crazy things that like sounds to be like they should be shouted at you in German.
It's like a dictatorship rather than a
Yeah,
I know, and I understand people's concern. I mean, this was voiced before you got elected, and I certainly was not one to deny there's things to be concerned about. That's why I was never like big pro Trump. But yeah, I mean just his cabinet alone has scared me, and just the fact that he's cut the budget on science. He plans.
Wait. His cabinet's full of Steves. Why are you scared of a bunch of Steves?
Because I'm the only one that matters.
Oh, okay.
I wish I had a doctorate so I could have been on Project Steve. That would have been cool.
Oh yeah.
Although that other guy that came in here just recently, he said he was on that project, that Darwin's thing, and I don't know if his name was on there or not. It could have been, but he didn't seem to understand a lot about Darwinism. You know, he wrote a book on it, but at least he came in and he had a nice conversation with us, and I appreciated that. I don't know if Hogtie watched that particular episode, but
are you speaking about Olufemi?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he was a nice guy. Come on.
He was a nice guy, but yes, about as confused as Edgar.
Yeah, that's the funniest thing. They write these books, and I'm like, fuck you, people are confused. They always have this straw man shit. It's like, look, nobody wants to argue straw man. You know, you're literally thinking that you moved a mountain by kicking pebbles, as Jay liked to put it. So,
Hogtie, let me ask you a question.
All right, last question. I got
to go to bed. Yeah.
You familiar with Kevin O'Leary? Is he going to be your next president?
Oh, Kevin O'Leary. Is that a bad name? Our next president? Where the fuck are you calling from?
He's the billionaire on Shark Tank who claims he's going to be your next prime minister.
Yeah, the business guy. Yeah, but so
I think he's a little arrogant. I think he's a little arrogant. He's rich. He's a little arrogant.
He's got more money than Trump.
He's got more money than Trump. Could be.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he's got more. Oh yeah, he's got. His first business sold for like $500 billion something fucking dollars or some shit like that.
He well, certainly he'll. I mean, we have our own sort of "Make America Great" type of fan here. I'm sure that O'Leary would be able to sell some ball caps and have some good rallies and stuff, but he would not get the general acceptance that's required to get a party nomination. And you said president. I'm going to assume that was a
prime minister.
Okay. He won't even get. He won't even get.
Is he really running?
He has said he plans to run in 2 years or 1 year.
Yeah, he's been talking about it. He's been. Well, we don't know when, because we don't really plan our elections. We just have.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, we don't plan our elections. They just, could be one this year, could be one 3 years from now. We don't know.
You also don't campaign for 2 years before the election either.
Yeah,
well, campaigning is a big thing here. Campaigning is bigger than the election here. President spends more of their time, even when they're in office, worrying about their reelection, which is unfortunate.
Yeah. It is. It is actually. That's one. And I always used to think it was weird when I was a kid. Like, 'cause that's so goofy. Like, we just sort of scramble and do this. But now that I appreciate like how much time goes into campaigning in the scheduled elections in the U.S., I'm so glad we don't have them here. Like, obviously, there's clues. You sort of see that because it's really up to the government, the governing party, to decide when it's time to call an election within reasonable limits. But when it happens, it's just all of a sudden, like suddenly, and you get about 5 weeks, and so it's 5 weeks of hard campaigning, and then people get to decide, and then the next day everybody goes back to work, or alternatively the paper shredders start running, right? So yeah, we usually just sort of every 3, 4, 5 years we just like sweep the whole place clean.
You know what? We need that. I'm a firm believer in term limits and getting fresh people in and get rid of these fucking people that have been made career politics, you know. But all right, let's call it, guys. I'll have another hangout probably on Friday or Saturday before my debate with True. I hope you guys all show to that. It'll be on Sunday, 1 o'clock Pacific, 3 o'clock Central, 9 o'clock European. Again, you know, I'm warning people up front. My reasoning for keeping this very simple. It's not that I didn't put a lot of time and effort to it. It's just that I didn't want to get bogged down with complexities. I didn't want to get bogged down with, okay, let's spend 2 hours talking about ATP synthase. I didn't care about any of that. I mean, yeah, I talk about DNA and just basically how it's formed, but my argument is really what is a better model, and I'm gonna definitely go with that. So
it's got to be a good strategy. You have to get bogged down by definitions with True.
Yeah, I'm actually define things at the beginning. My argument is just very basic. I mean, I'm literally at the position that I don't think intelligent design is a model, and I don't think intelligent design really explains much of anything. Is it an explanation? Sure, but it's very trivially an explanation. Just like if I say, you know, how did Mount Rushmore come to be? Well, somebody made it. Okay, that's an explanation. But I mean, what's the underlying mechanism? Well, there's physics involved. There's chisels. You have to know the metallurgy or the rock. You know, you have to understand a lot of the concepts. I'm using these examples that even if intelligent design is true, it doesn't tell us anything. It's not a model that we utilize for anything. It's completely useless information. If anything, it makes things worse.
I'm still stuck on what time is it happening?
It's 1 o'clock Pacific, 3 o'clock Central, which is 8 o'clock Eastern, or excuse me, 8 o'clock European.
European?
No, 9 o'clock European.
European? You think Europe has a one time zone? Europe is a big country. It's like an American. Europe is a big country, you know.
I know.
GMT, right?
GMT.
Yeah. Or UMT.
Yeah. Well, don't you say? Sorry, what time is it? 1 o'clock? You said 1 o'clock Zulu. Don't you ever do that? That's what I do because I'm cool like that.
I don't like Zulu.
Yeah. I say UTC. I usually say UTC now.
Yeah. Actually, Tony said Mount Rushmore was made by the flood.
Made by the
flood. Some creationist going to do it. I watch market, man. It'd be like, yeah, God created that when he created the flood.
I said Europe is a big country.
What's that, Hogtie?
I said Europe is a big country. I'll just laugh to myself that was funny. You don't have to laugh at my jokes.
Yeah, we don't. We're Canadian, so we try not to. But anyways, we had a lot of people watching. I was actually quite surprised with it being this late. So hey, everybody, like the video and leave a comment, and I will see you guys in a couple days.